Hey, what's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? So we are discussing the Miss Magazine. I was about to say Miss Foundation. Shout out to Miss Foundation. They gave me some money a couple of years ago and helped me do some dope ass stuff. But the Miss Magazine documentary, we're going to review that this live. I usually go live every Friday at 7 p.m. I'm a little late today, but um it was storming. And they my apartment complex um switched out my toilet. They switched out everybody's toilet. They was like, honey, we need to put a toilet in here that saves water. And so they literally went around and put new toilets in everybody's units. And I love that. How is everybody? Hey Hannah, hey Ricky. So watched if you haven't watched the documentary, make sure you go check it out and come back. We're gonna be discussing all kinds of stuff. Hey Kamala, hey, Naira, thank you. You know, the little eye, little lip, little Calvin Klein gold top. I'm drinking some hot, delicious apple cinnamon tea. This is a Amazon find that I love. The tea, I like loose leaf tea. It's actually in here, and you put it in there, and then put it in your stuff, and it can be your stirrer and your leaf thing. I love this. Look, it goes back like that. Can y'all see it? Okay, you see, and all the tea is in there, and it's these little holes in there. I love this. It's my sickening. Let me see if I can. This is my Amazon link to it. I know y'all don't fuck with Amazon, but if you do, there you go. Hey, Miss Polk. Did I say hey, Kamali? Hey, how are y'all? So I had a wonderful week. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Pull, pull up a face on for y'all today. Hey, Turner. All right. Usually, when I go back to watch it again, I usually put chapters of discussions that we discuss down there. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Down in the bottom. Usually, after we get done discussing our main topic, I open the floor up for us to talk about other stuff. I don't know what's hot this week. Of course, Laverne Cox is hot this week, but I already did a video on that, so you can go back and check it out. We already did a little short video, and then we did a whole segment on it on the podcast, which came out yesterday. What else? All kinds of stuff going on. So we'll talk about that after we talk about the documentary. I did my homework and assignment. Yes, come on. I'm glad y'all watched it. It was so good. Jackie and Chantal. If y'all want to talk about that, just wait till after we have the documentary discussion. I did see the clip of that. But yes, I've been traveling. So I went to Detroit and I went to Vegas a couple of weeks. So I haven't been able to go live because been working and doing all that kind of stuff. I'm on the board of Transgender Law Center, and we have a cohort of trans people who are trying to build trans power and make those kind of connections and do stuff all over the country and, quietly building trans power. So we are out here working and doing what we need to do in regards to combat the anti-trans legislation and anti-trans laws and anti-trans culture. We really are trying to build trans power, so that's what we were doing, and we had a great time in Detroit. Loved it, loved it, loved it. What else? What else has been going on? Do I have any? Yeah, that's about it. Shout out to my brother. His birthday is tomorrow. Shout out to Rakim. Happy birthday, bro. I'll talk to you tomorrow. But in case he be listening sometime. So happy birthday, bro. But yeah, I'm giving people time to come in. As you come in, make sure you thumbs up. And if you're new here, you like the conversation, thumbs up. You can do a super chat if you. Usually, I ain't super popular, so usually if I see a question in the chat, it don't be going so fast where I can't read it. But if you want me to really see it, you can do a super chat. um, but you don't have to do that. If I see the question, I usually answer it. It's not like it's going super fast. What else? What else is going on? What's going on with y'all? Hey, Gigi. Hey, Java. Royal Blessing. Dreads. Are y'all well rested? Eating your fruits and vegetables and drinking your water? I just put, let me see if I can have the link. Shorten the link. I just put out a song. It's not an original song. It's a medley of songs that I mixed together. I wanted to do a medley of songs that the creative idea that I thought about doing was doing a song that a medley that incorporated all like the elements like earth, water, air, fire, like songs that had those names in the words or relevant to those elements. And I think I did a good job. So this just was fun. So check it out on SoundCloud. I loved it. It was dope. I've been in Indy all week. Come on, Indy. I'm supposed to be in Indy like right now this weekend because my family reunion is in Indy this weekend. But I couldn't afford the trip. I'm broke. So yeah. I couldn't go, but yeah, like it's the first family reunion that we've had as a family in a long time, like decades, since like the 90s. And so I wanted to go. They invited me. They went out of their way to invite me, which I love. I was like, oh, okay. Um, but one of the reasons because my cousin Felix, who has been kind of estranged from the family for like he's like 62 and he's just now getting back being cool with the family. But he was like the queer person that was queer 10 years, 10 or 15 years before me. Um, and so, well, shit, he's 62. So, like 20 years before me. So, the generation before me, the queer person in the family that kind of got ostracized and black sheep, like they kicked him out the house and he had to be homeless and live in Chicago. So, I didn't get to meet him till I was grown. That person came back to the city and now they're a part of the family now. And so they helped organize the family reunion. So they made it a point to hit me up and say, hey, we having a family reunion, which is why I'm more disappointed about not being able to go. Because he did it and really was intentional about inviting me. But I couldn't afford it. I wish I could. But yeah, I wanted to go. I want to go to Indy this week. I've been swimming at the bottom of a wine bottle this week. Come on, alcoholism. Come on. If you get you a bag of popcorn, you can just say it's given a Olivia Pope scandal moment and be classy about it. I got back to work this week. Glad You loved our city. Yeah, it was dope. I loved it, especially the food. I ate at this place called Balboa Fair and this place called Fishbones, and of course I went and got like a Coney Island hot dog, chili dog. What other place did I eat at? There was another place I ate at that was really good, but those two, Fishbones and Balboa Fair, was really, really good. Hey, Andrea, Andrea, how y'all be pronouncing that now? Girl, life is wearing me low, but God is keeping a bitch held. Very grateful for my faith this week. Come on, Faith. Oh, Bashata. It's a family having a reunion in the hotel. I'm saying it right now. I wonder I don't know. My family isn't having it at a hotel. I don't want to know. They middle class. I want to say they middle class. My uncle, he has basically bought the block. And so the block that first, when I was younger, he had a house, just one house on that block. Now he has bought all the buildings, and it's not a long block. It's like a building that's like four. It can fit like four Midwest houses. And he owns all of it, and so he has demolished the two houses. So it's like he basically expanded his house and his yard into this whole block, his home. And so they're having it there. And it is really, really nice. It's really nice. And it's smack dab in the hood. It's not like it's like in some fancy area. It's in the hood. Which I love. And he's been there with his wife, my auntie April, my Uncle Fred and Auntie April. Technically my cousins, but because they're older than me. I saw a post like that. Let me tell you, what do y'all call y'all mama's cousins? Like there was a post, this girl did a video about it, like it's a black thing. Your mama's cousins are your aunties and uncles, even if they're not your aunties and uncles. Is that how y'all do? So my family is kind of nuanced. Like mine, if they're older, they auntie and uncles. But if they're younger, like say, because I got some cousins that's my age. If they're close to my age, they cousins. Like cousin Pam, cousin Richard, cousin. But if they're my mama's age, then I do call them, especially if they're close. If they're not close, it could go either way. But if they're close, like my Uncle Billy, that's technically her cousin, but because he's my mama age, I call him Uncle Billy. But Uncle Billy has a younger sister who is close to my age, and I call her cousin Sabrina. Do you get what I'm saying? Because she's my age, bitch. I'm not calling you my fucking auntie, bitch. You're not my auntie, you my cousin. But my Uncle Billy, her oldest brother, I call him Uncle Billy, but he was super close to my mom. So it just makes Sabrina ain't that close to my mom, and she's way younger. So I don't know. How y'all do that? I still call them cousins. Girl, that sounds rich to me. Come on, rich. They not rich, they middle class. Well, what I could no, what people consider middle class. They still cousins unless they were close to my mama. So if they were close, they're your uncles and aunties. They are my cousins, second cousins to clarify in my family. They're not that older than me because my mom was the oldest girl or of her generation. I'm her first child, and my mom had me as a teen. Same thing. That's exactly how I am. So my mom is the oldest of her generation. And so the next oldest is Billy. So they were like brother and sister and raised in the same house. So I call him Uncle Billy. But Billy's youngest daughter, not youngest daughter, youngest sister, the youngest one, she's probably like 51, 52. So I'm 44. I don't find that to be super far from me. Not in the way like my Uncle Billy would be in his 60s. So it feels very, yeah. That's kind of how I do. It depends on the age and it depends on the closest to my mom. Definitely my mom's best friend. I call them auntie. So do you, is it disrespectful for y'all to call them by their first name? Do y'all still be doing that? Like it's in my household, not my mama. My mama don't be tripping, but certain generations of my family, if you call them by their first name, is rude. Like if you don't put miss or auntie or some kind of honorific in front of it, it's rude. Not my mama. Not in my mama's house. In my family, that's disrespectful. You gotta say auntie or uncle first. Gotcha. What if it's your mama's friends? Same thing? Or I can understand the family. What if it's your mama's friend? Like you gotta say, like I had my mama's friend was named Faye. I couldn't just call her Faye. It had to be Aunt Faye. No, Miss such and such. Oh, so Miss, I would it would be it has to be older. Miss, it's something about the age thing to me. You can't be young. Like older, I give you a miss. I give you a miss da 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 da, miss da 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 da. But if you young, nah, bitch, I ain't doing all that. that ain't that ain't what I be doing. If I like them, it's aunt. If I don't, it's miss. It's a real black conversation, y'all. I see somebody said they don't ever hear white people say, "Oh, I'm in my cousin's house." I guess some dude said that or something. It was funny. I was like, I don't know, but I don't be around white people like that to know what they be saying and what they don't be saying on that kind of cultural level. Most of my mom's friends were my godparents, so most I just call them godmom. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know if I had like a specific. This is my godmother. I don't know if I had that. I don't know if I had a us like, oh, this is my guy, baby. No, I had my mama had her homegirls that she grew up with. And those was my aunt, my TTs, my aunties. Um, well, not TT, that's more current, but aunties. My Aunt Faye, my Aunt Donna, my Aunt Jerry, my Aunt Sherry. Because my mom was the only child, that's kind of like how she had a lot of friends when she was a teen, and they all had babies as teens. They was all out here spreading it wide, spreading it low, dipping it low. So they always would be babysitting each other's kids and all that kind of stuff. But all right. So how many of y'all watched the documentary? Did y'all watch it? Did y'all like it? If y'all did watch it, did y'all like it? Was it boring? Was it I like feminist history and women's history and shit like that, and to hear how motherfuckers was living back in the day. So it's my tea. It's my bag. Um, what I loved about it, I loved the whole thing. It's my bag. Um, it just gave you context that we take for granted in our culture. It a lot of the context, some of the stuff that we have been accustomed to as millennial women, as maybe even Gen Z women, and definitely anybody younger than millennials. There's some things that we have come become accustomed to that the boomers didn't have. The boomers, did this work and led in this era. And so for me, hearing that context is always amazing to me because you kind of can take stuff for granted if you don't know how far we have come in regards to the movement when it comes to women's rights and feminism and even trans inclusive feminism, just all that kind of stuff, and Black women inclusive feminism, because yeah, that's just what it is. And you it showcased how, I'll get to that later. I ain't gonna say that right now. I talk about that later. As far as erasure. um it starts off by the documentary starts off by talking. And remember, this is called Miss A History in Print. This is a documentary about the foundation of the Miss magazine, and this is the publication that kind of spearheaded um, the women's lib movement, feminism in its second era, not second or third era. I can't remember exactly which wave it was, but this is grew in the 70s and just kind of came to fruition just like a bomb, cultural bomb, and it was amazing. So that's what the documentary is about. When it first starts off, it talks about how it just kind of lays out what the culture was like at the time between the 50s and the 60s, and this boomed this magazine launched in the 70s, but what they were discussing is how the world was. And one of the things that stood out was how women's jobs were really, really gendered, because during this time, have y'all ever seen the movie called either is it Mona Smile or Mona Lisa Smile? It has Julia Roberts, and she is a professor at a women's college. And one of the themes throughout the movie is, it's white women in this movie. Julia Childs, Kristen Dunst, Julia Stiles, Kristen Dunst, and just some other. Gyllenhaal, what's her name? Is it Megan Gyllenhaal? I can't remember her first name. Her last name is Gyllenhaal. She's Jake's sister. The dude from Brokeback Mountain. But anyway, it's called Mona Lisa Smile. And it really shines a light on the culture. Maggie, thank you. It shines a light on the culture of how women would go to college, and college really didn't matter. It was kind of like bullshit. You get your college, but your goal is to find your husband and get your ring, and you just go home and be a homemaker. And this was a time when women was kind of battling that, where I don't want to be a homemaker. I want to be a career woman, but that wasn't culturally the thing to do. You don't need another show that y'all need to watch. I really think I know it's spicy, but The Crown on Netflix, following Queen Elizabeth. That show showcases it too. If you remember, because she was the queen, they were like, when she was trying to learn certain things in her upbringing and her schooling, they were like, "Oh, you don't need to learn that, because you are going to be the queen. All you need to learn is this pomp and circumstance shit. You don't need to learn any kind of education for real, for real." And so it was a tension there, because it was like, wait, I still want to be educated. I still want to know what's going on in the world. I might want to do something else. I have different interests, but you're telling me, because of this box that you have me in as the queen, you you're not letting me, you're not investing in my education. And so the same thing was happening in Mona Lisa Smile, where I want to do other stuff, but now I'm in this box. One of the girls end up getting pregnant, and it just was a weird. Not weird. The movie and that show shines a light on what they were talking about in this documentary. How you weren't even expected to do more. So the jobs that were waiting for you in the world, if you didn't want to have children and didn't want to be married, you could only be a file clerk, a receptionist, a telephone operator, a secretary. Like these were women's jobs because women weren't culturally out in the streets with careers, out in the streets going to get an education, going to get degrees for career purposes. Yeah, you get it. You from good stock. You go to the great college, get your degree, honey, in crocheting and typing and some bullshit ass degree because the intent is for you to go get married and have some damn babies and take care of a home. That was the life of a woman prior to the 70s. And because of who we are as a generation and as a people, we kind of take our freedom for granted and don't understand how easily and how these motherfuckers on the right are trying to get us back to that level. They are trying for, and when I say us, I'm talking about all women. Of course, I'm a trans woman, so for me, they don't want me to exist. They want me to be a man and go, honey, take these titties off, and honey, be a man and invest in patriarchy. That's what they want me to do. But if you have a uterus, they want you to be a homemaker, taking care of having babies and taking care of kids, taking care of kids and taking care of your husband and being a good little helpmate. You don't need a job because your man, because the rules of manhood, they're supposed to provide. You don't need a job. You need to make my sandwiches. You need to clean the kitchen. You need to make the house nice. You need to clean. You need to wash the clothes so I can go to work looking fresh and fine, and cook for me so I can be full and have sex with me whenever I want to have sex with you, even if you don't want to do it. That's your job. You're my wife. This is the life of a woman. So I calculated another thing, and I calculated the amount of money that they said. So they said a woman who was doing these women's jobs, she couldn't really get out and do stuff because it wasn't paying. She was getting paid $80 a week, and with inflation, if you do that to today's time and convert that to today's time, she's making $32K a year. So imagine in this day and age making $32K a year, which a lot of people are and struggling to do. But it would be like every woman who wanted to have a career, that is the top that you can make. Of course, we have women now that are making money, but at the time, that was a good amount of money that you could be making, $32K, and that's the conflated price. And so I just thought that that's in 2025, that's would be the equivalent. And so you couldn't really do nothing and get a house and da 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 da. You wouldn't be able to do that. You wouldn't be able to do nothing. Hey Andrew. Hey Cara. Jicky, it's time to masculinity to respect the feminine as its equal. So I just thought that was interesting, and how it started off by them showing that this is where we was, and these kind of conversations were being had behind the scenes, and the movement was happening. Oh, what I love about what they also talked about, because this is print, the movement was already happening. And I think this is something that we need to learn about. Not necessarily need to learn, but we need to think about, even in this day's time. Sometimes we would hear about stuff on the news, or when it goes viral on the internet. Stuff is already happening. People are already fighting some of these things that we have an issue with. People are already out here doing it by the time you hear about it, if you are not active. And so what I loved about this, they were talking about the movement was already happening, and people were finding out about the feminist, the live movement that was happening. Like, people were already on the ground, grassroots, doing the work, but people were kind of finding out about it. And so they showcase some of the key players. Gloria Steinem, shout out to Gloria Steinem. I am on a board of a Call to Men with her, and she's just one of my favorite white women. Shout out to Gloria Steinem. Dorothy Pittman Hughes, Patricia Carbine. Patricia Carbine, she worked at Bacall, one of the, classic women's magazines. This light is wearing me out. She became the managing editor in 1966 and the executive editor in 1969, which was the highest position held by a woman in a magazine, general interest magazine. Although the owner of the magazine refused to name her at the top of the masthead. So this was customary for men who was in that position, but because she was a woman, the first woman in that position, he didn't want to put her name as it traditionally should be at the top of the masthead. And so this is those little things that passive aggressively put, it's like a micro aggression that will put you in your place. Yeah, we're gonna give you this position because you've been working here for a long time, and yeah, we're gonna go ahead and do that. But to make sure you're not as sickening as a man, we ain't gonna put your name right there. Even though you're doing the same exact job, we ain't gonna put your name right there. Those little things motherfuckers would do, and they would think it would be okay. One of the quotes, one of the ladies, I think it was Dorothy Pittman Hughes, she said everybody was a baby feminist. And I thought that was dope because, and y'all asked me this question, and I know everybody doesn't identify as a feminist, but I don't think most people who don't when somebody who says, "Oh, I'm not with that feminist stuff," or "I'm not down with that feminist stuff," if you ask them, "Do you think women should be equal?" they'll say yes. Do you think women should have the right to get paid the exact same as a man if she is doing the exact same job? They will say yes. Do you think a woman should have the freedom to make the choices about her life, like what career she wants to go into, whether she wants to be a wife, whether she wants to be a career woman, whether she wants to be both? If you ask them, should she have that freedom? A lot of them will say yes. And that's what feminism is. That's what being a feminist is about. That freedom, that equality, da 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 da. So usually, because of propaganda, people who don't fuck with "I'm not a feminist," because of propaganda, they will say they're not that. When you actually are. Like, and sometimes people don't have the language of it. Or they don't know history. A lot of people associate feminism with white feminism because black feminism, who started on the ground, on the grassroots level, started the idea and started pushing back. But we don't get to hear about them because white women had the bullhorn because they were white. And so it seems like a white movement when it was a multi-layered, multi-people movement. So when the white middle class women like Betty Friedan was writing books, The Feminine Mystique, you think that it's the white woman who's coming up with the ideas, but you don't know that it was Polly Murray, a trans mass person, who was editing and writing this for Betty. You didn't know that. You didn't know that Polly was the person who was doing this work. Polly is the one who laid the legal foundation to get Brown versus Board of Education to desegregate, to desegregate. Like Thurgood Marshall, who is shrouded as this beacon of legal, groundbreaking black male, one of the first black male justice on the Supreme Court. The case that he won, the foundation, and he admits it, and he says it, the case that he won was Polly Murray. Her letter, her legal framework is what got us to get that Brown versus Board of Education. This trans masculine lesbian woman who wasn't able to realize herself as a transmasculine person. But we learned later in life in her documentary that she actually was trans, trying to navigate it, but she just was born at a time when people didn't explore the trans identity. So by the time trans people come up in the 70s, she was born in 1910, 09 or something, somewhere around there. So by the time the 70s come around, mama's old, old bull dagger. Even though she was trying to get on hormones in the 30s, in the 40s, like it's documented. I feel like my body don't match. But the shine, who got the shine? It was Thurgood Marshall who got the shine, not this black feminist trans icon who nobody talked about because she was a butch lesbian who didn't want to wear dresses, who was actually the not best friends, but close friends with Eleanor Roosevelt, who was a part of, so many things. But because she was black, masked lesbian, people ignored it. But the black man lawyer, because of how sexism was working, if you want a book that explains all of this, Jane Crow. So this is the thing about let me love you. Hold on, we're about to share this out. So I have it in the thoughts. In the box. There you go. My bookshop. So it's called Jane Crow. Check it out. It's good. Also, so that's an that's a erasure of Polly Murray's contribution not only to this black man's success, but then Betty Friedan, like Betty Friedan, her book Feminine Mystique is one of the books that was just shrouded as this book that changed the culture. But they don't tell you that Polly Murray was the editor. She was the one who was helping her as a black queer woman, helping her create this thought. Like she was molding this thought in this white woman, this middle class white woman who was tired of, not being respected because she was an educated woman. She wanted to be more than a housewife. So then fast forward to the 70s when Ruth Bader Ginsburg, this white Jewish lawyer who was first woman, I think she was the first woman in Harvard. And, they were, yes, she was dealing with the sexism of that educational institution. But when she got her first case, when she was really trying to do these groundbreaking cases, it was Polly Murray again. And Ruth Bader Ginsburg put her in the credits. Polly Murray, her legal mind is who put me on the path to winning this. And because I'm a white woman, y'all are listening to me. Y'all haven't been listening to her. She's been doing this already before me for 40, 50 years as a lawyer. She already been doing it. But because y'all erase black women, black queer women, now we know trans person, trans men, y'all are not actually knowing that we were doing this work already. And so you think feminism is a white people thing or a white woman thing. because you don't know Frances Harper. You don't know the Black people who contribute to this movement. You don't know that while white women was in the Gilded Age, living it up with maids and if they weren't poor, living it up and being housewives, that Black women had been having to work at the factories, been having to work at the mills, been having to work as sharecroppers too, been having to work. And so they've been grappling with the idea is I'm working at the same factory as my husband and they're not paying me as much as him. And I'm doing the same job. I'm working at this chicken plant doing the same work as him. And they paying him more than me. I should be getting paid just as much as him. That's a feminist ideal. And they were already thinking that. When women's suffrage in the early 1900s, before it passed in 1920s, Black women was a part of those conversations. So I say all of that to say, if you believe that women should be treated fairly and equally in our society, you are a feminist. I know you don't, if you don't accept that language, that's cool, but you are a feminist. That's the core pillar of what feminism is. It's not a white thing. It's not an anti-Black thing. It's just you feel like we should be getting paid equally if we're doing the same work. We should be having access to the same opportunities. Blah 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 blah. We should have um, sovereignty over our bodies, agency over our bodies. That's if you believe that, and men shouldn't be doing that, then you're a feminist. And there's people who have already been doing that work of all races, of all. This is what it is. Let me see. Oh, what I also love about the documentary, it shows Ms. That Ms. was full of activists and writers. Like Susan Braun Levine. One of the first articles. This was so, I love that they showed this because people act like these conversations are new and they're not new. One of the first articles in the very first edition, which was sold out, the article was Desexing the English Language. And one of the quotes is language is mapped into the brain as gendered. And so I wanted to talk about that. So Desexing English language appeared in the first issue of Miss Magazine. Since that spring of 1972, the efforts to remove sex bias from English was gone in and out of intellectual and cultural fashion. But it was succeeded in, but with this movement, it succeeded in so many ways. We looked at how sex bias is revealed by pronouns and other vocabulary choices. So when we try to act like pronoun discussing just came out in the past 5 years, that's a lie. They have always had debates about language and how gendered language is. This is one of the first articles in 1972 within the magazine. And they were grappling with the idea. Soon as you say mankind, you're just thinking about men and how language erases women. And so when somebody say, oh my God, cisgender, why you gotta call me something? Why you gotta call me something? I'm the woman. We've been grappling with language and nuances of language and how they erase people for centuries. And so I loved that even in the first edition of this magazine, that language was at the center of the conversation when we were talking about equality. So when women act like they don't know, when TERFs act like they don't know, or when cisgender people act like they don't know or don't understand, is because they're intellectually bereft and don't read and don't deep dive into why these things are important and how pervasive language can be when it comes to marginalizing people. It was more common then to refer to policemen and stewardesses rather than a more inclusive language like police officer or flight attendant. And assuming that male pronouns are inclusive of women led to an unconscious exclusion of women's experiences. Language differences, it was argued, could lead to different treatment. Thus, one of the legal struggles for women equality came in the 60s and 70s as flight attendants worked against workplace discrimination. The article was written by Casey Miller and Kate Swift. Both had worked as editors and said they became revolutionized upon editing a junior high school sex education manual, which seemed to pay more attention to boys than girls. They realized that the problem was in the use of most male pronouns. That was the issue because it was only focused on boys when girls, because of sexism, was being more marginalized around sex and education, more boxed in. So they don't know what's going on with their bodies, don't know, and we'll talk about this later, don't know that orgasms are even fucking real. It was a lot of bullshit going on. They talked about words like mankind being problematic because it defines both men and women as male. In other words, a generic human is assumed to be male. And we know this, that the generic woman is assumed to be just cisgender. When it's trans women, it's all Black women. And woman at this time was assumed to be white woman. So Black women said, yo, we are women too. Even the whole Sojourner Truth, ain't I a woman? was the myth of that is, you know, it was white women. When you have a puddle on the street and a man is being nice to her and treating her nice because she's a woman, and they weren't doing the same thing to Black women. It's a puddle on the street and you cover it up so a white woman can jump over it and not get wet. This Black woman is like, ain't I a woman? Do I not deserve that courtesy and that respect and all that kind of stuff? The whole core to that argument, to that poem, to that speech, ain't I a woman, was because she was being erased. And I talked about this in my video when they were having that silly conversation about remember that silly viral moment where they were, it was a lie, but they were this propaganda thing, fake bot thing, were making it that trans women were having an issue with Aretha Franklin's "You Make Me Feel Like a Natural Woman." I did a video response to that because I think it opens up the conversation, and because I think the whole point of the song is saying, "You make me feel like a natural woman." For a cisgender woman to say that, it is because the world around her is not making her feel like a woman. It's not making her feel loved. It's not making her feel like she should be protected and taken care of. So she's telling this man that you make me feel like a natural woman. You let me sit in my femininity. It's very pick me, but that is the point of the song. Is you make me feel like a natural woman because other people or the world is not making me feel like a woman. Despite having my vagina, despite having babies, despite being a wife, despite whatever, I'm not feeling like a woman. And so I make this song to say, you make me feel like a natural woman. That's the whole point of these moments, because that language, that feeling that's just the whole point. So when you just say woman, sometimes that's not inclusive. If you just say man, sometimes if you just say man, it's not like mankind. It's not inclusive of women. Do you get what I'm saying? We got a few slightly problematic kids. Oh, we got a lot of them. um, um, this also recalls Simone Bouvier's argument in The Second Sex that women is the other, always the object of a male subject. By calling attention to the hidden biases in words like mankind, feminist attempts to make not just language, but also society more inclusive of women. And so this is what women were fighting for, to be inclusive in the conversation and not to be erased in the language. And that is what queer people, trans people, Black people have done as well. This is just a moment in time where white women were like, yo, this language is weird. And Black women were like, yo, this language is weird. It's not inclusive. When you say white woman, that's why in 1920, when women's suffrage, women got the right to vote, Black women still couldn't vote. Ain't I a woman? But that was only for them. We had to wait to the 60s. They gave us barriers. You see what I'm saying? So even though you had your vagina, even though they bred you to build this economy in this country with your femaleness, they made you a commodity. You were a fucking puppy mill for labor workers. Even though your vagina had value in that regards, it did not have enough value to make you a woman enough to vote. So you weren't even a woman. So the culture at the time wasn't even considering you a woman, Black woman. Doesn't that sound familiar? These lines, these arbitrary lines of womanhood doesn't save us. Now all of a sudden you looking at trans women like, oh, no. Now you being very white woman with it. The line is this. Anyway, thumbs up if you're watching. Yes. Where are we at? Okay. So this also points out the next step. Some English language usage has changed since the 1960s. For example, people commonly refer to police officers as, policemen, and flight attendants as stewardesses. But even though these titles demonstrate that sex bias is in the language, of course, the title of the magazine, Miss, is an alternative to forcing a woman to reveal her marriage status through the use of Miss or Miss. So even in the language of the title of the magazine, MS, that is what you could use if you don't know that word, MS dot, instead of MISS or MRS. MS dot is what you use if you don't know if the woman is male or married or unmarried. That word is a fix for if you don't know. And that's how doesn't that sound similar to they? If you don't know the gender, you can just say they, them. And it's pretty common. You don't, that's just a pretty common language thing. But even in the title of this magazine, it gives that kind of nuance of, oh, we don't want to reveal who's married because that's not important when we're talking about women. Not important. So let's do Miss. So I thought that was a cute little conversation. they continue to, these women continue to, Casey Miller and Casey Swift, they did a book called The Handbook of Non-Sexist Writing in 1980. And so it has become a significant part in changing how we word things, and we see it in our everyday life now, and we might take it for granted or forget about the history when we're having these conversations around language now when it comes to trans people and queer people. I want to showcase in this moment, one of the activists behind the scenes was Johnny Tillman. I'm about to put the link in the bottom. Johnny Tillman was a welfare rights activist who, in the Miss magazine, she had an article. She asserted that welfare is a woman's issue, and she was the daughter of a migrant sharecropper and worked as a union shop steward in a Compton laundry. Tillman was a leader and a chairperson of the National Welfare Rights Organization before later becoming the executive director. And so I wanted to showcase that and showcase her because she's like a Black icon that passed away in 1995. Organizer, just one of those organizing juggernauts as far as a labor movement. So I wanted to teach y'all about her if y'all never knew who she was. Her name is Johnny Tillman. So another element is how men were responding to the magazine. So there was a scene where Henry Reasoner. So the readers, when the first edition came out of the magazine, the readers was just sending letters. It was our version of going viral. Like, it was letter after letter after letter. And women were like, yo, I thought that I was alone. I thought that I was going crazy. I thought the world was gaslighting me because I thought I was alone. We're not having these conversations in my everyday life. Women just feel like they're just going along to get along, and I'm having these feelings. And so now this magazine is literally putting my feelings into words, and so people were inspired to write and write and write and write and write. And so they had the most letters sent to them ever. And so the man who was on TV, Henry Reasoner, he was on the daily news, on the nightly news, some shit that he was on. He's one of them you know, Walter Cronkite type of niggas who was a news anchor. He was alongside it was like, this was his time. It was like 1975 to he just was like a white news anchor, basically. He wasn't nobody special, child. He worked for ABC. What I want to showcase about him, just to show y'all, so y'all can look it up and hear it. Um, this is one of the dudes who was against Barbara Walters being his co-news anchor. So at this time, it was only men being news anchor. And so Barbara was making grounds and knocking down doors and, honey, glass ceiling and shit, like making $1 million. Literally, she ended up becoming she started making $1 million like they was. Not exactly what they was making, but lower than them. But for a woman, it was high. And so on Today's Show, this is when the Today Show was in its early stages, Barbara came on as a host. And so Barbara Walters and Reeser did not enjoy a close relationship. Reeser did not like sharing the spotlight with a co-anchor that was a woman. He was uncomfortable with Barbara Walters, not only because she was a woman, but because she had gained like this celebrity status, because she had went and worked hard and became popular because, I don't know how to say this, but a non pretty woman. And it's not that she was ugly. Average, plain Jane. Have you ever read the book called Confession of an Ugly Stepsister by Gregory Maguire? He's the same person who wrote Wicked, like the whole popular movie. He has another. The Wicked is the Wizard of Oz story. His adultification and reimagining on a serious level the Dorothy Oz story. He also does that to the Cinderella story, and the book is called Confessions of an Ugly Stepsister. And so in that book, if you haven't read it, it's really, really good. Also, check out my bookshop. It's really good because it examines beauty in a certain way. And one of the sisters, it tells you from the perspective of the ugly stepsister. And the stepsisters, Miss Trebayne, and how they were mistreating Cinderella and blah, 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 blah. It tells you from the perspectives of those sisters, the sisters of stepmom. So one of the elements of the book that it does a deep dive in is about being plain, not ugly, plain, like regular, not beautiful, not ugly, just plain, gray, not black, not white, just gray. And how you go through the world without negative attention or positive attention. So people aren't paying attention to you, because even an ugly girl can be, because she's so ugly, she's getting negative. It's not the privilege of pretty, but it's still a lot of attention on a negative level. But a plain girl, she's not getting either one. She's just not being noticed at all. And it allows you to get opportunities because you're kind of unnoticed. When we think about Oprah, I'm not saying Oprah's ugly, but she's just regular. Some people would say she's ugly. Some people would say she's just regular. Barbara Walters. A good thing about being a woman who's just regular and not beautiful, it makes people take you more seriously because you're not a bombshell. And it opens up doors in that way, especially in a serious field. Like, of course, if you're a bombshell beauty, Marilyn Monroe, Megan Fox, I'm just talking about the white women in regards to getting opportunities, because we know how that works. When we think about those women, yeah, you can be in the movie as the heartthrob, apple of somebody's eye, the desirability girl. You can, but that's gonna pigeonhole you in that. We just watched the My Mom Jane documentary where she was like, yeah, I was seen as a sex symbol, but they wouldn't let me do anything else. And that's what happens when you are this desirability girl. It pigeonholes you into just being that sex symbol. You can't do anything because they're not going to take you seriously as an intellectual. They're not going to take you seriously as whatever you want to be outside of that beauty box. And so somebody who is a plain Jane girl like Barbara Walters, like Oprah Winfrey, they can grow and be these big juggernauts in media, in serious media, because you're not getting the hate that a beautiful woman gets. There's some women who will look at a beautiful woman and just hate her because she's pretty and don't want her to be successful because it goes along, oh Lord, she's fucking her way to the top, or oh, they're giving her this opportunity just because she's pretty. And that doesn't make people generally want to tune into you. But if you are a plain Jane girl who I can take seriously because it looks like, oh, she didn't get this job because she was pretty. She got this job because she's smart. She ain't beautiful. She's just regular. People can take you more seriously in serious genres of career or news and blah, blah, blah. So that's why we see these Barbara Walters coming up in the ranks, because their beauty is not at the forefront of their success. It's their intelligence and their relatability. A plain Jane girl can be more relatable. A plain Jane boy can be more relatable. A pretty girl is going to get hate or going to be over sexualized. And so I think that book is really good in regards to explaining that. So she became popular. And because she gained this kind of celebrity status, her coming over, Barbara Walters coming over to today's show with Henry Reasner, he didn't like that fucking shit. And so he was known on ABC for being like a chauvinistic pig or whatever. He had a history of anti-feminist editorializing on air. For example, in his 1971 newscast, he compared the newly launched Feminist magazine, which was the Miss magazine, to a tabloid journalism and pornography, claiming that although the girls composing it were prettier than the shock publishers, their work had no value. He said it wouldn't last past 3 editions. He dogged Miss Magazine so bad that he had to come back and apologize on air when they were in their like their year status, their 5-month status, like they keep selling out. He was saying that they weren't going to succeed, they weren't going to be great, and they became great. And it was like a cultural bomb on the culture. And so it was kind of dope that he was able, he was kind of forced to apologize to them. And so I wanted to just point that out. Henry Reasner having to apologize and how men were hating on it. Men were hating on the magazine coming out. I also wanted to share Dorothy Pittman Hughes. Dorothy Pittman Hughes was an American feminist child welfare advocate. She was a public speaker, small business owner, all that kind of stuff. She founded the Women's Action Alliance. Her activism and friendship with Gloria Steinem. She's the Black woman. I don't know if y'all seen the picture. She's a Black woman that's holding up the fist with Gloria Steinem at this time. It's a popular Gloria Steinem and Dorothy Pittman Hughes picture. Yes, this picture right here. When they were young, this was like a popular picture. That's Gloria and Dorothy Pittman Hughes. She was an activist. She was, she was one of the women who established that kind of racial balance when it comes to the nuance of the feminist movement, of women lives movement. She was like, yo, y'all talking about sisters, but we don't feel like y'all are fucking sisters. Like, we can just as easily be harmed by some men as we are by you white women. Y'all can easily be as racist as these men can be sexist. And she was not scared to talk about this. So that's why, she was a part of this movement by pushing these white women to be better in regards to how y'all are navigating the world. Y'all can't be thinking just from your perspective as a white woman and not understanding how you play a part in marginalizing other women who are more marginalized than you. And so she pushed back a lot of it, and she was one of basically the council of the Miss Foundation. One of the key moments was Shirley Chisholm being on the cover of Miss Magazine. That was dope during her presidential campaign. We all know that Shirley Chisholm is the first woman to go after the presidency. It just was unheard of. So her doing it. And of course, similar to, I think, in our culture, what we can relate it to. If you remember, not exactly the same, but how I feel like where it was super, super impossible. Remember when we were young and Jesse Jackson ran for president, and he didn't go nowhere, but it was just almost just him doing it was like, I'm just doing it just to do it. It's similar to what Shirley Chisholm did, because it was very, very unlikely that she would win, but I'm just doing it. Just try it and see. You got to try it and see. And of course, she didn't win, but you got to start somewhere. And so that's what it kind of felt like. Then let me see. What I loved also about this is because of that pushback, and because there were so many Black women activists in the inner circles of Miss Magazine's, the community around the magazine, there was a lot of women like Michelle Wallace, Marcy Ann Gillespie, Alice Walker, who normally we wouldn't hear about them, like, but because they were a part of the Miss Foundation Zeitgeist, Miss Magazine Zeitgeist, we were able to, we wouldn't have the color purple without, I don't say it wouldn't exist, but it wouldn't be as big as it was to become a movie, to become a Black staple, if it wasn't for Miss Magazine showcasing Alice as an actual writer and her being an editor. But this is the problem. The leadership in the magazine was all fucking white. Yes, we had tons of Black contributors, but one of the problems that they had, and they will come to, be a clash, is that, yes, y'all are doing this amazing work trying to be inclusive, but when it comes to the structure of power in the magazine structure, it's all white women in power. Yes, even there was a moment when the white woman was saying, but we showcased Alice Walker. There are Black women who would never have been showcased if it wasn't for us. And then she goes on to say, but that's the problem. We didn't have them in the positions of power. Yeah, we were the gatekeepers. We weren't allowing them to be the gatekeepers. And when we were allowing them a platform, if you pay attention to one of the, I think her name is Michelle Wallace, she was like, yeah, they were allowed. There's some moments where I was proud and like, yo, they're getting my writing and poetry and all my stuff out here. But sometimes it felt like they were tokenizing. And it felt like they were trying to control what they wanted me to say. And I'm not letting no white women tell me what to say. I'm not doing that. If you're watching, make sure you thumbs up. I'm not letting them lead my conversation. I'm not about to let you, because I want this opportunity, I'm about to let you censor me just because you have the power in this position. That power imbalance is a problem, because if I don't say what you want me to say, if I can't call you out, I can't speak truth to power, and you are the fucking person in power, that is an imbalance. And so some of them, that nuance of them having this big audience, but not any power in to make these kind of decisions, a lot of the Black women were put in that kind of situation to kind of navigate that. I put in my notes, tokenization. We had a much better representation of Black women in the inside of the magazine, inside, like as the editors and writers and contributors, than they did in the 6 white women being the founding editors. We didn't embody what we were trying to represent as leadership. That was a quote. So, do you see what I'm do y'all see what I'm saying? Like, yes, we are doing the service of bringing these voices in, but as an entity, we didn't embody the inclusivity. There there was DEI in the labor of putting stuff out, but in the power there was no DEI. Do you get the difference? So yes, I'm exploiting you for your labor and your brilliant mind and how you can share what you know about welfare, what you know about abortion, what you know about feminism, men and domestic violence. I'm extracting, but I'm also exploiting you, and it's for a good cause, but I'm not putting you in a position of power to make decisions for yourself, to make decisions for this entity. Do you get the difference in that? And I think a lot of people don't understand the difference in that. There's an exploitation and an imbalance of power in that. Yes, you're giving me the opportunity to speak my truth, but it's still through the lens of you. You get to cut. You get to decide what's being said, what's being not said. You have the power. She said our issues are connected and we have to challenge that together. Oh, I thought that this was so sometimes when I'm doing like my research, I try to find things. And there was a moment on the show that they showed um there was like this men versus women feminism. It was like feminist moment in the thing. And it was when Lily Tomlin, if you don't know Lily Tomlin is a lesbian comedian that was really popular in the 70s. Her most recent work is Grace and is it Grace and Alice with Jane Fonda? Something Grace and something. What's the show called? Grace and I can't remember what the name of the show is. I love the show. It was so funny. Grace, I think is it Grace and Alice? Grace and Frankie. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes, Grace and Frankie. So Grace and Frankie. Um, Jane Fonda plays Grace, and Lily Tomlin plays Frankie, and so that's her newest work. But back in the day when she first was coming out, she was a comedian, and she is actually one of the first people to give Richard Pryor a spot on TV. Like it was her show that he was brought on. It was them early, not the first, but Richard Pryor talks about how she gave him an opportunity on her show, and because she was popular at that time, and she was a lesbian, and we all know that Richard Pryor was a bisexual piece of trade that liked to fuck the punks. He admitted that many times. So we know that's another I was watching this listen, it is so many queer people who are top tier legendary cream of the crop people in certain fields of culture. When we think about Whitney Houston, um, um, Luther Vandross, when we think about the amazing actors who have come up and comedy, Richard Pryor is a comedy god. If you talk to Black comedians, male comedians, women comedian, Richard Pryor is like with the Whitney Houston of comedy. He's up there with like the Bill Cosbys. He's up there. And so for him to be queer, I just I I just love when I find out we are intertwined in this fucking culture and they hate it because they can't stop it because of our experiences. It just makes it, we just make everything better. I don't know. I don't know if y'all think about that, but I be thinking about shit like that. Like, even if they weren't out and free and da 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 da, we know now, based on what we real shit, that this was a queer icon. Even though they weren't able to be free and out loud, we know they were. We just talked about it with Amanda Lear. We know they were. And we understand why they couldn't be out, but we know they were. And it's beautiful. It makes me feel good. And so anyway, Lily Tomlin, she was this icon doing her thing. And she in the documentary, it shows a video of her walking out when this dude was talking crazy about women being property. And so Lily stormed off of the set with Chad Everett as he made like these sexist remarks. So I'm gonna put this in the chat. So y'all can watch it later. He says something about, he was talking about he owned horses and he owned dogs and he owns his wife. And she's the most beautiful thing that he owns. And Lily was sitting next to him and she was like, oh, no, I got to go. Like it was like a show. It was David Covette's show. And so think about like Johnny Carson or what, David, what's his, not Jimmy Fallon, how that whole setup where you interviewing and then a guest come out and start talking crazy. Lily got her ass up and was like, boom. And I put in the comments, if you look on this, I put in the comments, baby, I think we need to normalize when people say crazy ass shit, just walk off. Don't argue, don't come back, walk off. No. This is unacceptable. And I'm not sitting through this and being professional and having some kind of decorum while you say crazy ass stuff. I'm getting out of here. Bye. And she got up off that stage in the middle of the show and walked off. Because there's so many moments that are sexist as fuck. If you look up Helen Mirren, the amazing British or English actor, I don't know if that's the same thing. Anyway, English actress Helen Mirren. There's a show, an episode, maybe even on this show, I can't remember exactly, where he was just asking some of the most sexist questions about her breast, about her beauty, and it was crazy. Like if you look it up, you can find it. I didn't think about it. It's coming to my brain now. And she just was sitting there being professional, answering his questions, and it was awkward as fuck. When I wish that she just would have got up and walked off. But because she was young, it was the beginning of her career, she just, sometimes you don't know that you can do that. And I was like, we need to normalize celebrities or anybody. If you're having an interview with people, walk out if they ask you crazy ass shit. Just walk off. Don't answer no questions. Don't entertain it. We're done. I think that should be normal. So they did this episode that was about edition of the magazine that was specifically about men and some of the concerns that they need to have. So and so this showcased some of the different mindsets about strategy in movement work. How this is similar to Malcolm X and Martin Luther King. Like one of them was more militant and one of them was more, nonviolent. Bayard Rustin and James Baldwin. Just these different ideologies when it comes to how you strategize for this particular problem. And in this moment, they were talking about, why are we concerning ourselves with men versus focusing on ourselves? Do you see what I'm saying? Why are we having a conversation with men? And something that's happening right now is that conversation that's happening with, should T.S. Madison sit down and have a conversation with, what's Miss Thing? Jess Hilarious. Should we be having these kind of sit down conversations with people? Do they actually help? Do they work? Are they effective? And this is one of those moments where in the Miss magazines, they were like, yo, why are y'all talking to men? Why are y'all talking about men? This is a women's episode. And one of the women was like, yo, but why would we not? We are dating them, especially if you are a cis het straight woman. Do you see what I'm saying? It's like, I'm dating them. I'm in relationship with them. They're the other half of the culture. Why would we not? But sometimes when, especially if you like a lesbian, we decent, not we, I'm not them, but I've heard them talk about it. We decenter men, period. Because we're not trying to sleep with them. We don't care about them. So we don't need to talk about them. We don't need to have these kind of man versus woman conversations because we're not sleeping with them. And then some of the straight women was like, but we are girls, so we need to have a conversation with them. And so I wanted to ask y'all, do y'all think to get along with men, we must engage with them and their problems? Do we have to fix the male loneliness epidemic? Do we have to engage with that? Do we? Because sometimes I be feeling like, nah, fuck them. And then sometimes I be feeling like, oh, guys, I guess if we're going to be in relationship with them, we got to fucking do it. Do you feel like we got to engage with heterosexuals? Do you feel like we got to engage with the cisgender people? I think you gotta, and for me, my own personal answer to it is, it depends on the context. It depends on how are we talking about domestic violence? Yes, we gotta engage with what's going on with the men, where they gotta feel like they gotta beat on people, and why are you traumatized? What's going on? We gotta deal with your mental health, babe. If you fucking out here killing people, raping people, blah 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 blah, shit like that, yes. But if we're talking about I don't know, there's some like fashion and or something that ain't got shit to do with them, and people are always bringing up the men's desirability when we talk about makeup and hair. Bitch, girl, we not doing this for them. Why are you bringing them up? Sometimes I feel like it's unnecessary to bring them up. Stop, decenter them. This ain't got to do with you. This ain't got nothing to do with them. Why are you bringing them up? Sometimes it does feel like it's unneeded, and then sometimes it does feel like it's needed. So, what do y'all think? What is y'all mindset about that? And then in one of the articles in the men's edition, they were talking about not how feminists are not raising feminist sons. They're not raising feminist boys because they're scared to make their sons queer or wimps and simps. And I thought that this was a powerful call out because, and we don't talk about this enough, you can have people that love to talk about feminism. They love to talk about how women need to be equal. They have this women-centered personality. But when you go to their house and they're engaging with their sons and their boys, they are raising sons to be the same toxic men that we are fighting against, their peers. Like, I don't want my son to be gay, so I'm teaching him that boys don't cry. I'm teaching him that he can't do this. I'm teaching him to, like, they might as well be male patriarch. They might as well be men the way they are teaching these men how to be, these little boys how to be. But they will think of, when you first hear them talking, they will be all about women's liberation, but you're not teaching your sons to be woman inclusive or fair, equal to women. You teaching them to be the same toxic niggas that you hate and despise. And they grow up, and then some little girl is getting beat up by your sons. Some little girl is getting cheated on by your son. Some little girl is getting they got your son's foot on her neck. You taught your son to cook and clean, or you didn't teach him to cook and clean, and now his wife is complaining about how you didn't. Now her wife is complaining about how you didn't. His wife is complaining how you didn't teach him to contribute to the household, to help the babies, because that's how you rose. That's how you and his dad did, or whatever. I hate that shit. I feel like the man hasn't reached a certain depth of himself. There's nothing to engage, to be honest. So many men are void of doing the work, so no amount of feminist intervention is going to work. I sadly agree with Saint Infant Noir. What is that? I know noir means black. What is in this French? What is in French? What does infant means? Is it infant? Is that just a different? Is it baby black? Oh, okay. Saint Baby Black. Okay, I like that name. Yes. It reminds me of Kwame Ture said about appealing to the master. It does. It does remind me of that. It's not that I don't think it's not important. Listen, if you're I just don't like how it turns into the woman's fault. When you focus on men, sometimes, let me give you a perfect example. From the black trans woman perspective, I hate when trans women say, Madison did it recently in her conversation with Nene. I recently heard Cherry Bomb doing it on her Cherry on Top is a new podcast hosted by Cherry the Boom. So make sure y'all check that out. I wanted to make sure I shout her out. She had a conversation with Miss Lawrence, the Butch Queen, and they were and she brought it up. If you're having a conversation and you're saying, you're not letting these men be honest. You are not letting them, because you're calling them gay and you're not accepting us as women, you're not letting these men be honest. And so they're not going to. Why are you blaming women on the dishonesty of men? At the end of the day, lying is lying. You being fucking dishonest. If you're lying about what you're doing and you're telling this woman that you're not doing what you are doing, you're lying. And that is not her fault. It's not her fault. Now, this doesn't mean that I'm saying that they can be complacent about how they can contribute to transphobia and homophobia. Yes, you need to be accountable to how you contribute to the toxic masculinity world that we live in. Yes, you do. But at the end of the day, you can complain about, oh, black women are so feisty and masculine. That don't mean you can punch me in my face. And you punching me in my fucking face, you are wrong. My spicy tongue and my spicy mouth and blah, 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 you still do not get to punch me. Period. I don't care how spicy my mouth is, how masculine I am, how I just won't shut up. You do not get to punch me. And you are wrong. And that's how I feel about the whole DL thing. Yes. I don't care how the world is. You don't get to lie and sneak and cheat and blah, 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 and then blame me for it. You didn't give me a room to tell you that I like to suck cock behind your back. What? What? You didn't give me room to tell you that I want you to peg me in my, a man to peg me in my butt. You didn't give me room to talk about it. Fuck you. You are being dishonest. So I don't like when we blame. It's not that I don't want the world to be more inclusive and be more understanding of that, and call it out, and not be complacent in this system of homophobia, transphobia, and anti-blackness and anti-womanness and whatever. Yes, we contribute to it. Absolutely. I want us to call it out, but I don't want to blame women when men are sneaking and being dishonest. Because you know what you can do? If you're with a woman who is not comfortable with your sexuality, you can go pick another woman. It's kind of like just take the trans and queer shit out of it, just cheating. People love to say, women, you push us to cheat. No, no. If she's not doing what, she's not sleeping with you enough, she's nagging too much, leave. Leave is always an option. Leave is always an option. If you're not getting enough pussy from your girlfriend, the amount of pussy that you want, leave. Go find a girl who got your sex drive. Leaving is always an option. Why when you choose what you need to do, why is cheating the action when you can leave and be single and have all the pussy you want without breaking commitments? You can just leave. But you don't want to be held accountable for your commitment. You want to blame, oh, I cheated because she wasn't even having sex with me. Okay, cool. If that's your reasoning, leave her. I don't want to be with you no more because, I'm not having sex. We're not having sex. Oh, but Diamond, it's not that easy sometimes. Sometimes we got children and we're married. Divorces happen all the time. And that means you let it go too fucking long. Get you a prenup. Make sure everything is together before you get married. You're responsible for that too. So you're not worried about, and you still need to take care of your kids if you divorce. I'm not seeing the issue. Be done. Leave. Don't cheat and then blame her. Oh, she wasn't fucking me enough or whatever. It's always that. Always blame it. Okay, putting people in danger. Don't bring shit home to me. Right. Oh, you didn't give me room. You didn't give me room. Give room for these nuts. But yes, a lot of women, I wanted to talk about that. A lot of women will be raising, that was the article in the magazine where a lot of women, while they would consider themselves feminist, they would not be raising their sons. And I thought that was a good call out for in the documentary. Also, I want to talk about how language again. And so it's a little bigger problem for me. When you say little bigger, bigger than what? It's definitely aggravating, but when you say a little bigger problem to me, explain that before I move to the next subject. So I want to make sure we don't move from that in this segment. When you say it's a bigger than what? It's more upsetting than the fact that women are getting the brunt of the blame. Why? That feels kind of sexist to me. Why? Why is that more upsetting than them getting blamed for being in a system that works against them and they're just going along with the system? When homophobia comes with so many fears, come with propaganda, it comes with so many things. Doesn't mean they don't need to work against it, but they're the one that is being deceived. Why is that bigger? Or I may not be understanding. It's more upsetting than the fact that women are getting the brunt of the blame. I feel like they most of all should understand it doesn't help them. What I'm confused. What doesn't help them? Them not wanting to be with a gay man, a secretly gay man. But is me not wanting to be? This is where it's problematic to me. If I'm a cis het woman and I say I don't want to be with a queer man, I want my man to be straight. If that's my desire, and you're a bi man or you are a queer man, why pursue me when you know I'm not putting you in the box? You're choosing to put yourself in the box. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, you're pursuing me when you know I want a straight man. When you should be pursuing women who like queer men, who like bi men, who are okay with that. I'm not forcing you in the box. I'm not forcing you to be committed to me. What you're doing is you're lying because you want me, and you're lying. It's similar to if that's like blaming me for not accepting you having children if you got 1 million children, but you lie about the children that you have. Oh, you're putting me in a box and not letting me be honest about the 5 kids and 5 baby mamas that I have. I just don't want that. I just don't want it. And it's okay for me to have the preference to want a non-bi, non-queer man. And that's not me necessarily, maybe. It doesn't feel like it feels like you are forcing them to be okay with this kind of, I have to accept that you queer. I have to accept that men out here are queer. Yes, they are, but if I'm telling you I don't want that, then don't lie about it. If I get to say I want to be with somebody with no children. I want to have a regular family where it's me and my husband. I'm not talking about me. I'm just say that I'm a cis woman. I want to have a man that it's just me and him, and we have our children together and we raise together. Da 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 da. So if a man come along, and I know that is a normal, typical patriarchal structure. I'm the wife, and da 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 da. I'm the wife, and I may be invested in the binary, may be invested in the typical family structure unit, but I get to be able to do that. And if you're not that, you don't get to lie to me to fit my mold and then blame me when I have a problem with it. Now, I think you need to. I think that's where we need to be. I think that's perfect, New York. I think that how you approach the conversation, I think a lot of times they will claim that it's not homophobia instead of it just being, it's kind of like, oh, I just like light-skinned girls. I'm not a colorist. Why do you like light-skinned girls? Why do you just like light-skinned girls? Why is it just that? Why? I think that is. I think that what we have a problem with people just admitting that they are invested in those particular systems. I, I admit I'm invested in the binary. Do I think that it needs to be dismantled for other people to be free? And when I have conversations, I'm going to approach them from that advantage. Yes. But I know me in my personal life, in my preferences, the binary are going to be a part of what I like. And if I'm being honest about it, and you know this is what I like, I don't think you should lie to me to fit, to play the game. And I think I should not lie to you and make it seem like I'm not rooted in the binary. Just like cishet women shouldn't be acting like that it's not homophobia that's informing some of the things they think about gay men. I think somebody talked about putting, Royal Reign, if the bigotry and even the stigma, oh, I don't want my man out here cheating because he could bring me diseases home. You don't say that about, you say that about a gay man cheating, like a nigga who's fucking with dudes, because that homophobic trope of gay men having HIV. You don't, when you talk about cheating with women, you don't have that same concern about disease. Yes, you do, but not in the same way if he was cheating with a man. And that is rooted in problematic homophobia and the stigma around HIV. Do you see the nuance in that? And a lot of people won't admit that. Oh, no. I care about diseases from anybody. Absolutely, yes. But it is not a coincidence that you always jump to disease when we're talking about if he's cheating on you with a man. It's not a coincidence. When you're talking about cheating on you with a woman, it's about you're not committed to me and you're giving your body to somebody else and da-da-da-da. It's way more about the lack of commitment than the disease. Oh, you could be giving me diseases. Y'all only talk about disease when the disease is actually into play. Oh, he gave me chlamydia. Oh my God. Da, 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 da. But when it's about a gay queer relationship, oh, it's like, oh, HIV, he could be giving me HIV. Oh, you're with a man? It's about the stigma of HIV and homophobia. It's never the commitment part. Him breaking commitment is never at the top. It's always like, it ain't about the commitment he's breaking. It's about, oh, it's with a man and your disease. Man, disease, man, disease, man, disease, man, disease. And I think that is rooted in homophobia. And a lot of women don't want to admit that. Oh, I don't have a problem with gay men. I don't have a problem with that. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. My best friends are gay. My hairdresser is gay. So, I understand, but I think that is it. I don't think it's necessarily bigger. I don't think it's necessarily a bigger problem. I think that the bigger problem is them not knowing the root of those particular preferences and admitting them. I think that they can have a problem with the dishonesty. If I say I don't want this, I don't want this, honey. All right, so I want to talk about another language thing. So a lot of times, what this documentary showcases, a lot of times, if you're listening, make sure you thumbs up. A lot of times, what this documentary points out is once again some more language stuff. There was things that didn't even have a language. We didn't have language for it. There's women's experiences that there wasn't a word for it, like battered women, domestic violence, sexual harassment at work. Those things didn't have a name until this era of time. So can you imagine that? Imagine living in a world where domestic violence and being a battered woman or a battered person, even battered wives, is kind of imbalanced. Because do we ever hear about battered husbands? Because it's barely happening, even though it does. But do you see what I'm saying? We imagine not having the language around domestic violence. I've never lived in a world where domestic violence was not a word, or sexual harassment was not a conceived concept. So when I came of age, honey, I was seeing Anita Hill talk about sexual harassment against Coon Justice, Clarence Thomas. When I don't remember a time when sexual harassment wasn't a thing, or domestic violence wasn't a thing there wasn't language for it. So imagine I was born in 81, so 30 years before that there wasn't language around it. Also, rape. You could legally like rape your wife and there be no consequences. And with no language, there can be no legal implications. Absolutely. Women editors, when they were trying to do this episode about domestic violence, the women editors were saying that they would resign if they ran the cover with the women if they ran the cover with the abused woman on it. Like, it was literally women on the team that was like, we will resign if you do this. And they had to take the risk and say, well, we're going to do it because this needs to be talked about. And they thought that they were doing something admirable. I want y'all to clock that T. These women who were threatening to resign if they did this, they thought that they were doing something admirable. Us today would be like, what, bitch? Why wouldn't you want to showcase this? But they felt like it was exploitative, some of them. They felt like this was just putting too much of a shine on it. It was so many reasons. And they thought that if they making this stand was an admirable stand. So imagine that. The advertiser pressured them to be more clean and not as sharp as they were doing it when it comes to their analysis, when it comes to the picture. And they said, we're not going to use somebody's real pictures. We're going to paint somebody up to be abused. That was crazy to me, because then they were saying that it was her duty to sleep with their husband. I was like, what? But that was really common prior to this era. Really, really common. And you, especially under coverture laws. Remember, coverture laws was about taking away a woman's rights. When you become your husband's wife, you become his property. You become everything. He covers you. That's rooted in religion too. He covers you, so you don't get any say. That's why back in the day, if you read the book, They Were Her Property Too, which was about, how white women owned slaves, they were talking about how when men only had I get confused because most Black historians argue that women's movements wasn't inclusive of Black women's rights. Yes, because they're erasing Black women's contributions to these movements because of racism, and because of sexism, and because that misogynoir, that intersection of those two looks different. It's going to look different from men. Men is going to be like, why are the women? Why are the Black women going against us for these white women? And white women are going to be like, yo, why are these Black women going against us because of their race? Those two people who are in the group that is being marginalized with us are going to look at us like we are betrayers. And that's at the intersection of those two things. And so historians who are usually white and or usually male, um, 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 they're going to tell a different story because they erase us from the narrative of how we contribute to these movements, how we spark the idea for these movements, how we what did Beyonce say? Ran by the man, but the women keep the tempo. They put them for even the civil rights movement when it comes to Bayard Rustin. Most motherfuckers didn't hear about Bayard Rustin until recently. That's why we just now getting a film about his life. Everybody was showcasing Martin Luther King. If you pay attention to who was at the look at Ella Baker, it was a lot of queer people that was doing what needs to be done, but it was the ministers, it was the religious Black male leaders who they were centering because of respectability politics. That's why Martin Luther King was one of the leaders. That's why Malcolm X was one of the leaders. It was the religious leaders that they were just focused on. But the people who were doing the organizing work was a lot of queer people. They used a puppet instead of actually a actual battered woman. Yeah, why is the documentary and how they touched on that and made sure to showcase that. The women who didn't want the image of battered woman to be shown are reminding me of the women to who are glad to women in the T app was exposed today. Why, as a woman, would you be against an app or screenshotting and showing the men about their exposure? It's always an op out here. It's always a op. It's always gonna be a mole. It's always gonna be a snitch. It's always gonna be a op. It's always gonna be a pick me. It's always gonna be somebody ready to be a traitor. I think when we think about even like the Black Panther Party and the COINTELPRO and the Black people that they were using as informants, and it's always going to be that person who wants to be in proximity to the oppressor, or who is so out of resources that they need resources to be able to survive, and so it puts them in a, not saying that it's right, but it puts them in a compromised position because I'm trying to eat, and if they're giving me this money to sell you out, I'm doing it. Not saying that that's right, but sometimes it's about the money. Sometimes it's about, oh, they're threatening to send me to jail, and I don't want to go to jail. But sometimes it's just voluntarily and problematic. Yes. They were probably worried about upholding a respectable image. That has been my mom's problem. Respectability politics got bitches in the chokehold. Um, and wanting to be chose got bitches in the chokehold. Off topic, but even this Laverne thing, this Laverne, I don't think we give I don't think we talk about enough how some girls use white men as conduits to be adjacent to white women. They use that proximity to be adjacent to white women, and that is a part of their euphoria when it comes to their gender. Like, you make me feel more like a woman than a black man would. And that's because of their investment in wanting to be white woman adjacent. Their ideal of womanhood is so rooted in white womanhood, and whatever they get, whatever they do, they're using white men as a conduit to be in alignment with that. So when we see the Lavernes, the Francesca Ramseys, the Cat Blacks, when we see y'all, they reading me in the comments in in that other video about that. I hate when people, this is a whole other topic. I hate when people narrow down when we say acting black or talking black, acting black. A lot of people love to narrow it down to, oh, y'all are saying that's because we're speaking proper English. That's anti-black. That's because you don't think that black people can speak proper English. Bitch, shut the fuck up. You're not connected to black community, so you don't understand what the fuck we mean. It is not simplified to just proper English. It's how you move in the world, shit you do, how invested you are in code switching, how invested you are in all of that. It's not just using proper English. I know tons of educated, proper English motherfuckers that I can tell that they love black people. And bitch, that's not you. I can tell when I'm in the presence of a fucking coon. I can tell when I'm in the presence of a bitch that want to be white. That's invested in the ideals of white. And y'all motherfuckers are so, and y'all know that y'all can't be, so y'all learn the language of social justice. Y'all learn the language of pro-blackness. Y'all can speak the shit, but I can hear it and see it in how you move. I know. I can feel it. I can see it. I can tell. That's why y'all all be the same. I just named trans women and cis women. You can't tell me that Francesca Ransby don't like pink peen. And she married a white man, I know. But you can't tell me you didn't. Francesca Ransby's husband was white. Girl, you just clocking that? They got a divorce. But yeah, he was white. You didn't clock that. Tia, you didn't clock that, girl. You couldn't tell it. You think she like niggas. For real, you couldn't tell it. You can't be serious. You gotta have been able to pick up on that. Come on. That being said, I think Kat's parents shelter her from black people. I don't. It's not a problem. It's not a problem. It's not a problem. I don't want to imply that it's a problem. Y'all know I love Kat. It's not. I'm talking about. It's like, listen. It's like. It's like somebody showing you an English bulldog and telling you that it's a pit. I know what an English bulldog do. I know what they look like. I know how they move. That's not a pit. That's an English bulldog. I know what that is. I know what it looks like. And you may be trying to sell it to me like it's a pit, but it's not a pit. That's an English bulldog. And I know it. I know how they sound. I know how they move. I know how they look. It's similar to, y'all hate when people say this, but it's similar to how we know the difference between a biracial that has a white mama and a biracial that have a black mama. We know it. We can tell. It's how you move. You were raised by the ops, and we can see it. We can feel it. We can tell it. We can tell how invested you are in anti-blackness. We can tell where you got your politics from. We can tell it. And I don't speak in absolutes. There might be somebody who you can't tell. It might be some person, but it's very rare. It's kind of like gaydar. You know, everybody say they got a gaydar. I can at a 10 out of 9, a 9 out of 10 accuracy tell when a motherfuckers is DL. I can just 9 out of 10 tell. I ain't even talk about, like, I can tell when I meet a man if I can fuck him. I don't care if he never messed with a trans woman in his life. I can tell when I meet a man if I can fuck him. I don't care how long he been straight, not into trans women. I can tell automatically. I can just tell it. I can tell when a woman, if I engage with her, I can tell if she done been with another woman before. Because crossing that threshold changes you as a person. Change how you move. I don't care what nobody says, and I can feel it. It's like, it made me feel like vampires. Like, I can tell that this is a vampire. If I'm a vampire, I can tell that this is a vampire. It's patterns in people, cultural patterns. Absolutely, SH, we can just tell. And so my point was, some people who want access to white womanhood, they will use white men as a conduit, as affirmation to be adjacent. And that is connected to their euphoria. And I want to say that this is gender euphoria. This is a cis and trans conversation. Their gender, how they express their gender and how they want their womanhood to be seen, it needs to be seen next to a white man. That white man is a conduit to their gender euphoria. I was surprised when Kat covered the T.S. Madison and Nene discussion. I didn't think that was her beat. Kat recently talked about, I saw it on her Instagram, she talked about, she was on the Laverne stuff too. And I was like, before I even press play, I know that she is about to try to explain her way out of this. Because I know y'all peas in the same pie. I know y'all peas in the same pie, child. I know y'all peas in the same pie. And she did exactly what I thought she was going to do. Yeah, you can just hear it. Like, I'm trying to think of an example of, like, Jackie Aina. I knew Jackie Aina's boyfriend was going to be black, because even though she's a California girl, it is something about her voice that you can tell she is still a black, invested black girl. I knew her man was going to be black. And she doesn't, and while she's giving you California girl, it's not that Kim Kardashian mimicking white Calabasas. It's a certain, and it's just not proper. It's not just talking proper English. I think Jackie Aina talks proper English, but it's just a nuance that is different. It's not that level of performance and dedication to performance. Dedication, the consistency and dedication to that performance. I intentionally don't code switch. You never, even like when I do voiceovers, and when I'm talking about stuff, like even like on the show or when I do voiceover, I try to make it very, very intentional that I'm using my regular voice and not trying to cut on like the radio personality voice. Like I'm very, very intentional about that. And so because we are in this okay, maybe I'm tripping. I've been chewing on this for a little minute, and I want y'all to pay attention. Okay. Something's happening with Tisha Campbell. Follow me. So Tisha has been on some kind of run, something she's promoting, something she's doing. And she was on Breakfast Club. There's something going on with her voice where she is giving that cold switchy ass tone that she didn't used to give back in the day when she was interviewing. If you Google right now on YouTube, not Google, search on YouTube, interview with Tisha Campbell in the 90s. And we're talking about interviews where she's just being interviewed by somebody. Listen to how she talks. It's like she still has her blackness. She still has her normal, and she had been in the game for a long time. So it wasn't like she was new. I'm talking about even early 2000s. You can do early 2000s. How Tisha Campbell talked in normal interviews, her normal stuff, it sounded like her regular voice. Like, oh, she sounds like a black girl, a regular black girl from the East Coast, da 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 da. These interviews that she has been doing, I think really from maybe that TV One special she kind of did. Her voice has permanently gone into this cold switch that she doesn't cut off anymore. I want y'all to pay attention to that. And these are the things that what I'm talking about. There is a nuance, there's a dedication to it that doesn't cut off in these people. It ain't about just proper English. It's not about proper English. It's about this is who they are all the time. And that's a choice. And I can tell it, and I can see it, and I can point it out because I'm a black woman. And my black womanhood, the harm that comes, maybe since the divorce, the harm that comes to me because of the moles, because of the snitches, because of who can harm me in the world, I need to be very keen in picking up on these fucking coons. We have to be very keen on picking up who's a coon and who's more likely to betray me in the workforce, who is more likely to betray me when we are out and about in the world. Who can I trust? Who is going to be the bitch at work that's going to give me the most problems? That coon ass bitch at work. I've experienced it many times. And I need to be coon keen. I need to be coon keen so I'm able to pick it up. And it doesn't mean that they're a bad person. I want that to be very clear. It doesn't mean that they're a bad person. It's just that we can tell. And I know you like to simplify it. I talk because I'm not talking like a ghetto girl. Oh, because I'm not using slang. Oh, because I'm not. No, it's not that, baby. I know some women who are educated, who speak proper English, and I still don't pick up on that from them. It's not just that. It is how you move. And y'all all different, but y'all all the same. Anyway, that's a whole other topic. I wanted to talk. I'm still talking about the language, and so there were these things that that were causing fissures, causing cracks within the community. A lot of times we blame people. We blame not people, identity politics on some of the cracks. That's one of the things that we have a problem with navigating. We were talking about recently watched a video by FD Signifier where he was talking about where Bernie Sanders goes wrong, and how they are just not really, he was just not really good in navigating identity politics when it comes to Black people. And I thought that his analysis on it was really, really brilliant and dope. Um, I think in this documentary, it shows those different fissures that was happening. So anytime we talked about abortions, this is what they said in the documentary. Anytime they talked about abortions, baby killing, all that kind of stuff it would be a divide. People who were more religious was like, "Oh, I'm against abortion." People who were not, no, 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 no. Even, and we're talking about within the women community. We're not talking about men and da da da. We're talking about in our community. That is a fissure when it comes to homosexuality, lesbians, aka dykes. When they would want to talk about lesbian issues, it would be like, "Oh no, we can't talk about these dykes. Oh no, 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 no," because religiously, some motherfuckers was more anti homophobia, homophobic, not anti-homophobic, but more homophobic than others. They was anti-gay, and so they would normally, that would be something that, oh shit, we talking about these dykes, sex workers and hookers, and that is a fissure. That's something that can be a default line that can crack everything up because, oh my God, you're a sex worker. You're actually using your body. Oh my God, having the agency? No, you're being exploited by men. Da 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 da. That's something that can be something that cracks it. Her divorce, she had an interview on Queen's show on Fox Soul where she talks about almost getting abducted in NY. Mm. Um, and so these were the moments where these, like domestic violence and all these things, these lesbianism, all these kind of like issues that were kind of like cracks in the community, divides in the community. When they put out this domestic violence one, this one, it got the most letters out of all other issues that they had, because women, this was an issue that women were experiencing. And the crazy part about it, um the crazy part about it is you knew it was an issue. Like, that's the thing. Like, y'all were making this like this was not an issue that we needed to talk about when it was. And so you, even though they didn't resign and it was so powerful, that just goes to show you that you got to be fearless in speaking truth to power. You got to be fearless. Y'all was talking about threatening to resigning because you, what? Like, the fuck? I just felt so weird about that. But they didn't. They felt like they were standing on business, like they were standing on principles. Do you see what I'm saying? Sometimes you can be wrong. Sometimes you can be wrong when it comes to keeping things secret and not talking about stuff and not put, like women who are getting abused by their partner, and they was like, "Oh, I don't want to talk about this in front of the family," or you think you're hiding it from your kids, and they fucking know you getting your ass beat. They already know, and you're traumatizing them by trying to keep it a secret. That's what it made me feel like. It made me think about that, how sometimes you just got to speak truth to power and put it out there. And it can move people. And then even when they were talking about sexual harassment and how it was just in the culture. And the minute that it had a name, you can fight it. Somebody said earlier, when it doesn't have the language, you don't have any legal recourse to be able to do something about it because it doesn't have any words. There's not a name for it. And so, but as soon as it started to get named, and I can't remember, it wasn't what's her name? It wasn't Anita Hill, but there was another Black woman in a case early on in the 70s. If somebody can name her, I can't remember the exact name, but there was another Black woman that was in a sexual harassment case that was similar to it just wasn't about the Supreme Court justice. Similar to Anita Hill, but they showcased her in the thing. I wish I would have wrote her name down. I can't remember exactly what it was. But why this is important, this issue, it just showcased the importance of language and how this magazine pushed these issues. Remember, it came out in 72. And so by the time it's keep going and going and going, we got domestic violence issue came out in 76 and the sexual harassment thing came out in 77. By 1980, remember, this magazine put it on Front Street, shined a light on it in these dates. So they did the domestic violence issue in 76. They did the sexual harassment issue in 1977. By 1980, the EEOC, the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, added sexual harassment as a form of sex discrimination by 1980. So 3 years later. Because of what was domestic violence and graping, it became illegal to grape your wife. In 1976 in Nebraska and Oregon and South Dakota. But then in Michigan and Delaware was the late people to come on. They were like the last people to come on. But even to this day, Michigan and Delaware, they made exempt-based level of forcing. When it comes to force, it needed to be a certain level of force to be considered rape. This is still on the books, y'all. When it comes, like, it became across the board in 1976, but certain ones it has to be force. And then certain ones you have to be legally separated or pending divorce for it to be considered rape. My nails? Can you see them? Yay. My gold. I love these. Simple. I love simple, but so that's crazy. So for me, I just thought it was crazy that was happening. So by the time we get to like 93, from 80 to 93, it started to be more, you can't grape your wife. And in 1994, the Violence Against Women Act was passed. It was the first federally legislative package that was designed to end violence against women. So from the launch of the magazine, culturally, this was like a pivotal contribution to the public discourse around women and violence and women's issue. This magazine was a core cultural contributor to this type of change. So the magazine comes out in 72, and by 1994, so 20 years later, and I'm saying this because I want y'all to get the mindset of how things change. how long it takes for things to change, what is included in that change, how you change hearts and minds so it can be normalized to the point where we now can take for granted that these things weren't, they're an issue, but in a different way with us now. So the magazine comes out in 1972 to start the conversation on a public level. Remember, the movement had already been started, but to start it to where we've having a major, big public conversation. 1972 came out in 1972. They start having the conversation in 1976. They did the first, they not started had that conversation, but had the first domestic violence issue 1976, first sexual harassment issue 1977. It did not get changed on a legislative level to 20 years later from the start of the magazine in 90 till 1994. So that's 20 years of conversation to get to the point where we got past legislation to protect women against violence. 20 years. And then we start to see some change. That's crazy to me. That's so crazy to me. All right. Let me see where we at. Make sure you thumbs up if you are watching. We are 225. All right. So and this is another element of when I think about the trans fight, when we started to see the trans issue come to the fore, like the trans started to get more visibility, I think was in the late 90s, early 2000s, and then bam, 20 years later, we are at the peak of the changes in a positive level for trans people. So remember Jerry Springer, and when people started to see movies, we started to get a spotlight in trans visibility. Not positive, but we started to see the trans thing become on television and be kind of little sparks in cultural. Fast forward 20 years later, 2020, we started to see the change. We started tipping point 10 years in, right? We saw the tipping point. We saw the we started to see more trans people in serious conversations with serious people, and then boom, 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 boom. It just boosted up. It boosted up. And now we got the shows, we got movies, we got stories, we got books, we got spotlights of trans leaders. And yes, we are in a mountain. And now there is going to be a backlash. There's going to be a valley. We are now on the decline when it comes to oppression and what's going on. Now, it never goes all the way back down, but just know that this how long this shit be taking. That's what I wanted. That's the only thing I'm pointing out right now. How long this should be taking to be able to do some kind of cultural change. Okay. So the documentary was was 3 parts. It talked about the beginning, it talked about the men versus women type of thing, but then it talked about sexual liberation, and that was the last part. Sexual liberation. And so these sexual liberation conversation, one of the main ones was pornography. And they were talking about how all sex was not pornography. And this kind of erotica versus porn conversation. What's the difference between erotica and porn? And then we talked about, I thought that this was dope. We talked about Betty Dodson, and I want to share Betty Dodson's leak. Information on her. She died in 2020, I think. I can't remember exactly when. But Betty Dodson, she kind of was showcased about teaching like women how to masturbate and what your vagina looks like. And because this is another thing that we take for granted, how we talk about women's bodies and people's body who is not that's not male centered. Like she had a book of showing how vaginas look, because a lot of times people didn't even know, didn't even look at their vaginas, or they might have thought that their vagina looked ugly or didn't look like somebody else or look different or blah 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 blah, and how different vaginas can look. There was a time when people didn't have, like, porn started to be popping in the 70s. Like having videos of people's body was just not normal. So you don't know what other people's vaginas look like. You don't know what, like, and there was even conversations about like even like the orgasm not being real, not even talking about where your clit is, and all this stuff was considered like lewd. And having these kind of conversations, and I'm not saying that it's perfect now, but we can go on YouTube, on TikTok, and people are talking about their sexualities. Like you can just search and people will be talking about their body parts and how to clean them, how to without any kind of stigma. I'm not saying that there isn't stigma at all, but I'm just saying it's different now in a way that was not happening back in the day. They were alone, bitch. They were alone in some of the conversations and questions, and nobody, it would, do you know how many girls grew up and their mama didn't even teach them about periods? As a person, assigned male at birth, who went through puberty in my own little way that didn't have nothing to do with periods, I just can't imagine being a girl, a cisgender girl, and your body starts to bleed and nobody around you talk to you about it. That's crazy. That's fucking crazy. Like, I can't imagine. I just really can't. I really can't. Like, I can't imagine a mother not feeling like it's her job to talk her daughter through it. But probably because her mother didn't talk her through it. I don't know how it works, but I just can't imagine going through that. And that's bleeding. Like, me as a little boy, honey, you gotta learn how to masturbate and touching your dick and making the cum come out. Like, you gotta learn how to clean it and make sure it's not funky and da-da, but ain't no bleeding happening. And so, but I'm bleeding. Like, in my kid brain, bleeding was harm. Like, you cut your thing, it's like, oh, it's bleeding. Oh, I got a boo-boo. I gotta kiss it, make it feel better. Da 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 da. When I was a kid, when you see blood, that was alarm. So I can imagine if blood is coming out of me and nobody is talking to me about it. I can imagine that being scary. It can be awkward. It can be traumatizing. I just can't imagine that'd be crazy. I don't know. Maybe I'm tripping. That's like a hygiene issue, like child neglect. I agree too. But it's so many people that I have ran across in my life that has told me, oh, my mother didn't talk to me about nothing about my period. We didn't have in the same way like the birds and the bees. And that's also what I'm like. I'm like, at least with the birds and the bees, you can have it. I don't think that this is right, but they can at least say, oh, I don't want to have the conversation with my children, so they can think that it's okay to have sex. Da, 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 da. I think that that's wrong. But when we talking about periods, it's like, this is just a bodily function. This ain't sex. This is about teaching her about bodily function. How do you feel like you're not obligated to teach her about bodily function? It's like if I had a son and his dingling gets hard. That's normal, son. Like I would feel like it's my job to teach you that it's normal and you don't need to be shamed about it. I don't know. Maybe I'm tripping. No, I don't think I'm tripping. I think that's normal. I think you should not. I think it's weird when you don't feel obligated to do that. And so in this documentary, Betty Dodson, she was key in like showcasing like what your vagina looks like, what is normal, how to actually pleasure yourself. And I think that is powerful work because you got to learn about your own body so you can teach people how to please you, teach people how to make you come, what turns you on. That's a lot of, my mama and my aunt, I was sitting listening to them have a conversation and they were saying, now mind you, this is why I hate when cis women be like, you will never go through the experiences. And like, I'm confused about shit. Bitch, I know who the fuck I am. I know what I'm never going to experience. And I know. Like, there's no delusion about that. I remember my mom and my aunt was talking and they were nonchalantly admitting that they had already had their babies before they ever orgasmed. Bitch, what? Like they had already had their babies before they had learned that how to orgasm. And I was like, oh my God. That would be crazy to me. I'd have had babies. I'd have been fucking out here and done even had babies. And I wasn't even getting pleased. And we talk about women who own like 3-4 babies. Girl, that's crazy. And it's because of the lack of conversation, the lack of openness in how they talking about it, how they talking about sex and how they being educated about sex. That's just what it is. Mm-hmm. But and of course, porn was not mainstream in the 70s. How many of y'all know exactly where to go if you want to watch porn for free? How many of y'all know? My mom didn't know what a period is when she got it. It just wasn't talked about. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, there's so many people that I know. Yes, my mama stayed on my sister about that. All the women in my family called my mom when it came down to teaching their girls. So they would come to their parents about the bleeding and what would happen. Would they at least get pads? It's the stories is different for different people. Sometimes I know one of the girls, she said it was her school nurse that taught her about the bleeding and what to do about it. It was a school nurse. One of the girls said it was her friends. And sometimes it's an overtime thing. Like my friend might teach me something. My teacher might teach me something. My auntie might teach me something. My neighbor might teach me. I don't know. Sometimes I may not learn everything in one conversation. I might learn it from different people. This is just what I hear from other people. It's different things. Women aren't taught about their bodies or centering their pleasures. Yeah, just not. I can't say that. I'm trying to think. This is my experience of that. I don't have a period, but my experience of like the birds and the bees conversation, and I've talked about this before, because I was a queer child, the birds and the bees conversation were dominated about HIV. I grew up in the middle of the AIDS epidemic. And so, because I was a queer male child, nobody was teaching me about women's orgasms, they were just saying, you need to have sex with women. Being gay is wrong. Do you see what I'm saying? It wasn't about how to be with a woman. I didn't want to be with a woman, so I don't care about that. But do you see how the mindset of how people talk to me about sex was rooted in the stigma of homosexuality? So it was condom, 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 or you're not supposed to be having gay sex. No gay sex, no gay sex, no gay sex. No, 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 no. Go to hell, go into hell, go into hell. Fire and brimstone. No, 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 no. That's not right. That's wrong. It was not about the mechanics of sex. It was not about the conversation you have when you're about to have sex with somebody. How do you navigate kind of conversation about protection? How do you when they're talking about AIDS, you got to use condoms. How do you navigate this conversation? Not the pamphlet. Absolutely. It was always about that. It was never about any of the care that you might need around sex. How do you have a conversation about I'm trying to think of what would happen when I was younger. I mean, I never had somebody if I was dealing with a dude who liked to give head, yes, I would get a nut. But if I was dealing with a dude who was just like a top, who was not queer, they were just the straight boys, quote unquote. I didn't know how to navigate how to fucking negotiate how I wanted to be pleased. I didn't know how to have that conversation. And as a trans woman with no trans people around me, and this is to be fair to them, they wouldn't even know how to navigate this conversation if they did. But they would too busy teaching about HIV and no gay sex. So even if they were inclusive, they wouldn't know how to navigate me talking about my trans body or how to navigate my gender euphoria around still being pleased and being pleasured. And I wish I didn't have those conversations till I was late in my 20s. Because even in my circles of trans women, we all were still just performing our womanhood. Even so much so that there was almost some stigma around topping, stigma around getting head. Oh, you're not a real woman if you're fucking the trade. There was even stigma around how you were supposed to have sex as a trans person, as a queer person. And so even talking about it could open you up to somebody kind of judging you. And so it was hard to even have those kind of conversations. It wasn't until the circle of people around me got a little bit more mature around, I want to say like late 20s. And then, now we can have conversations about how to negotiate this, what to talk about. Yeah. Even for straight people, I had no expectation of my elders explaining how to negotiate pleasure. I grew up when sex was really abstinence education. Yes, I did. I think I was at the tall end of kids getting it. So, I lived in a group home. Y'all know my stories about my group home. So I just remember We were winging it, child. We were just winging it. We were winging it. There wasn't any kind of I remember I messed with this dude named Mike Bennett. We were roommates, and we would just used to have and just get our life. And he wouldn't give me head, like he wouldn't suck my dick, but he would eat my ass like it was no end to it. And it just, I just remember that was the negotiation. Like that was the compromise. Like, I'm not going to do that, but I'll do this. And while I did want to be pleased in the oral way, my gender dysphoria said, well, this is, he's a straight boy, and this is his way of pleasing me. I kind of like was making excuses for not getting what I want because of my gender dysphoria. Like, I can't, it's hard to explain that. Like, I was just, this was his excuse. Similar to when I was younger, I was like, oh, they're because he's straight, he's gonna have to cheat on me with, not cheat on me, I wouldn't say cheat, but he's gonna have to have a cisgender girl too. When I was a teenager, I used to make the stupidest fucking excuses for men's behavior. Oh my God. Oh, I was so fucking stupid. I was so fucking stupid. I hated myself when I was little. I didn't hate myself. I just didn't know no better. And there was nobody there to help me navigate it. It was nobody there to help me navigate it. But I used to have DL boyfriends. I would be so sad when they would be hanging out with their girlfriends who were being, their cisgender girlfriends would be being the good girls, not having sex, not, he taking them out on dates, not getting the coochie, but then leave the date with her and come over my house to get his rocks off. And I was like, well, he has to do that. He has to do that because that's what straight boys do. And I'm a girl, and he's thinking of me as a girl too. Oh. Dumb. Stupid. Stupid. Yeah, just dumb. This is in high school. I did not, by the time I was an adult, no. But in high school, baby, I used to just, and they wouldn't even have to run game on me. This is game to myself. This is me. This is me telling it to myself. It's not like I'm being gaslit and fed this narrative by him. I'm doing it to myself. Dumb. Dummy. Dumb. Running game on myself. Very earthy kid about the situation. God. It was crazy. It wouldn't even, I would make up the narrative. It was crazy. Crazy. It was crazy. I didn't, just young, dumb, getting the trade that I wanted to have, but being playing myself, bitch. Yeah, that was crazy. But I didn't have people who were navigating what I was navigating. So it wasn't any rules for me. It was, I was a person who was internalizing all of this shit and having these conversations, because when I would verbalize questions that I was having to people on the outside world who were most likely cisgendered, if I had a conversation with my cis homegirls it would turn into, oh, I didn't know he was gay. Who is it? Who are you talking about? Knowing that I couldn't tell him the T who it was, but it would just be the obsession of who was down low. If I would have the conversation with my parent or an adult, it would be, are you using protection? You know, AIDS. Are you using protection? HIV. Ooh. It would never be anything else. Like, I could not have. And then if I was having a conversation with my friends, it would be like the stigma around what you're doing. Oh no, my man doesn't even touch my penis because I'm a woman. Or the opposite. Oh, I do all of this. I do all of that. I do everything. I'm plunging him down, girl, and it's giving me faggot. Stigma within myself too. But it was either I don't want to get touched because I'm a real woman, and I don't want to get any kind of pleasure because that's too manly, too masculine. Or the total opposite. I'm doing everything. I'm doing threesomes with butch queens, lesbians, and da da da. They doing everything. I'm like, ooh, you giving me thirsty, hungry agate. So it was never, it didn't match me. And so I didn't know how to, I didn't have anybody to talk to about it. It was either too much or too little. Or I'm like, oh no, I don't want to be where I'm not doing nothing. You needed a good hoe friend like me. I love exchanges my tales. And that was Bonnie Louise. When I in the video about Bonnie Louise was the cisgender girl who, how she moved, and she was big, y'all. She was plus, 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 plus. Like the kind of plus size that everybody think is undesirable. Wiggly, jiggly, cellulite, obese. Definitely, she was that. But she moved through the world like a confident bad bitch. And I'm 18 years old and I hadn't seen it. I fuck who I want. I pull who I want. I do what I want. And I'm walking around this house in a thong and a bra with all my body out because this is me, bitch. This is my body. I love it. And niggas love it. I had never, it blew my mind on so many levels. On the fat phobia level, on the woman level, on the sexual liberation level, on so many levels. Bonnie was like, I don't know what it was. She was like she's like a Corinthian. Well, that's more of a man. Yeah, it was whatever this current age of body positivity and sexual liberation. She was the first person that I met in my life that embodied that. Not you immediately saying, "Oh, that was." No, I'm thinking about, no. A Corinthian is a man that centers pleasure. Did y'all know that? A Corinthian is like a man who centers his pleasure. But yeah. Anyway, she's the first woman that, not just woman, person. No, when the other girl said, "Ho friend," you immediately had an example. Oh yeah, that was Bonnie. Yeah, Bonnie. She was the one who was like, and less about sexuality. It was about sexuality, but it's just about owning your body and owning your sexuality. Baby, she would fuck 3 niggas back to back with no qualms about it. And I grew up in the church, so there is a church girl living inside of me. Yes, so me having niggas back to back would feel so um hoish. Like there's a whore shamer in me. I don't do it in other people, but into myself, there is a girl, what is you doing? Which is why one of the fantasies that I have in regards to one of my is to have two dudes, but I have never done it because of that whore shame. Who does that? Who gets trained on them, girl? Girl, I tried and it didn't happen one time, and it never done it because it's just something about how it needs to happen that clashes with how I feel about it. So yeah, it felt weird. It feels weird, even though I'm like, ooh, this would be hot. Um. Anyway, we're talking. The point of this conversation is we're talking about having that kind of sexually openness and being liberatory, being when it comes to your body and being free, and how Betty Dodson had these kind of deep conversations. And I wanted to share this with y'all too. This is a good conversation. Now it's white women, but I think y'all can get something from it. So be warned. Let me see. Okay. So corn became hey Andre. Porn became mainstream in the 70s. So imagine a world that porn didn't exist in the mainstream. Can you imagine a world without porn existing? Like I'm talking about just not being out there at all. And so I think that this was a dope conversation at the end of the documentary about women were free to be sexual and center their pleasure. But the problem was that usually people who had the means to make porn at this time were men. And so it was deeply from the male gaze. And there was an ick factor of pro-porn women to people who were anti-porn. Violence against women in porn. It's like because it has the male gaze, you got pictures of women in meat grinders being tied up because of male domination, because they love to fetishize domination. When it came to porn, they start showing us these images of women where they were objectified and harmed and dominated and da 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 da. And so when women would look at that, they like, no, not all of them, but they like, no. But then there's some women who has that fetish in themselves. So it's like what I love about this part of a documentary, it is talking about how, what does it mean for you to be a woman to have agency over your pleasure and sexuality, when what if you like something that is problematic to another woman or to the feminist movement? What if I'm turned on, for whatever reason, I'm turned on by being tied up and dominated by a man? That is what it is. So if that's what it is, and I have the agency to do it, and I want to record it and create porn around it, is just because you don't like it, does that mean it's problematic? And I think that's and y'all, I don't know if this y'all gonna be able to. Y'all smart. Y'all be able. I hope y'all be able to catch what I'm trying to say. Sometimes freedom includes being able to be wrong and make mistakes, and those mistakes be bad and harmful. I think about it with the trans conversation. People love to try to prevent trans people from making these wrong decisions and making these irreversible choices around their body. Bitch, sometimes that's what freedom is. Sometimes I gotta jump off the cliff and break my leg and do some permanent damage. But regardless, I had to jump off this cliff. because I wanted to experience how it felt to jump off this cliff. And freedom is being allowed to make mistakes. And sometimes making the mistakes, there are some permanency in those mistakes. And we can't avoid them. And sometimes that permanency is negative. I have scars on my body. This scar right here. Can y'all see this? That scar right there. It's like long. It's like that's the end and this end. So that scar right there. I got that scar because I was fighting in the hood with this bitch. And I was on the balcony, bamming her. Bop, 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 bop. And her mama came outside because she was on the balcony and I was pulling her off the balcony, fighting. Her mama came out the door and stabbed me in my leg with a fucking ice pick. That was a mistake that I made that has some permanent damage on my body. That's just, but honey, that's how life works. Sometimes shit happens and you make a mistake, and I don't feel like fighting that bitch was a mistake, but my mistake was not paying attention that this bitch mama was coming around. I was too busy twirling. Sometimes, and no matter the prevention that you put up, the guardrails that you put up, sometimes the guardrails don't stop the damage. Shit. That's just what it is. I know some girls who got pregnant while they was on birth control. They was out here fucking and getting it in. And they had a baby. And they kept it. That's just what it is, man. So now I got a baby. And I can't change it. But I had the freedom to do what I wanted to do. But the agency that's what it is. It's like we want to say we want to give people agency, but sometimes that agency means that they can be out here doing whatever they want to do that can have consequences. That's what sexual freedom is. And sometimes it's not what you like. It's not what you want. If I want to go out here and I be seeing them girls, like I remember watching videos of these young girls, and it's not any kind of lack of consent stuff happening. It's consensual, but people will be in the comments. I remember on my Vista, baby, people will be in the comments judging. I hate motherfuckers. If you under porn comments talking about why they fucking raw, why they went, bitch, we're trying to jack off. Why the fuck you fucking talking about whether or not they wearing condoms or not? Shut the fuck up. I hate people who are under porn comments saying some fucking stupid ass shit. Fuck out of here. Everybody trying to nut. You don't like it, skip. Fuck out of here. So that's gay people, like in gay porn. Some shit they would be saying. And then I would be, if you go to the straight side and you see the cis young little girls in the hallway of the fucking New York projects, getting a train ran on her, sucking cocks and getting hit from the back with 2 pieces in her face, and there's somebody in the comments talking about oh, this couldn't be me. This is such hoe behavior. It is, bitch. And I wanted to do it. I got 3 fine niggas. I'm sucking 2, and this nigga bang me from the back. And you don't see my asshole, how much pleasure I'm in living, getting my life with this whole behavior. Get out of here. And you under the comments talking about, oh, these young girls out here doing, and if you don't take your bitch ass to church, why you on this porn site? Why you on here? If you judging people by what they doing, why you probably here jacking off or playing with your coochie? Why you fucking in these comments judging? Crazy. It's just so wild to me. That shit used to get on my nerves. But you would see it all the time where they are literally, this is not a rape. There's difference when if somebody drunk and I'm talking about, these are consensual people doing what they want to do. Oh, they're exploiting her. Why would you let these dudes run a train on you, bitch? Because it feel good. It's fun. It's hot. This is no self-respect, bitch. Shut up. The lack of self-respect is what turning me on. Me getting slutted out is what's turning me on. Disrespect me, nigga. Come all over my tits. Get out of here. That's the point. That is the point. The disrespect of it. Well, yeah, and that's the question that was being asked. Like, because are you being inspired? Are you being inspired by the patriarchy? Maybe. I'm not saying that that's not true. Was it some kind of trauma that led me to want to do this? Maybe not. I don't know. But this is what's turning me on today, and I'm doing it. And if it's consensual, that's what it is. I don't need you to be preaching to me, ho. And that's what the documentary made me feel. Because there was women who was like, we sex workers. Annie Sprinkles. I want y'all to look her up. White woman. You know, we talk about the 70s. They like to center the white people. So, make sure y'all look at her. She was like one of those early porn enthusiasts. Like, this is she not only was creating her own porn, her own narrative, she was doing it from her own perspective and what she wanted to do. She was in control of it. And so this is one of these early days of porn, and somebody actually taking the initiative instead of it just being men controlling her content. This is what T.S. Madison did for the trans girls in the porn industry. This is what we talked about in our interview with her. All these things are connected over time. And it don't mean it's not rooted and problematic. When you see these bucks, these bulls, these BBC bulls and BBC bucks, and they're having sex with the white wife and the cook and da 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 da, is that rooted in problematic race play? Yes, it is. I actually think porn indicates is a indicator of the larger culture many of the time. Sometimes you got to experience things to work through certain traumas to understand it. Ooh, come on, Ricky, preach. Amen. And sometimes you have to experience something to get it out your system. The old man in the jail said, please disrespect yourself. Exactly. Yeah. Sometimes I don't care. Sometimes it's not about the safety part of it. I gotta experience it. And it's the experience that is a part of the sexiness. You see these niggas, I could never be the person that's going to the park and having sex in the bushes. That don't turn me on. But for somebody who that does turn them on, they gotta go to have sex. They gotta go to the park and have sex and do this maybe risque stuff to turn them on. You know, that's not a part of my fetish. That's not a part of my eroticism. Mine is something else. Thumbs up if you're watching. You feel what I'm saying? Mine is something else. You gotta experience. Sometimes you gotta experience shit. I remember, and that's what freedom is. Sometimes you do stupid ass shit. I remember the first time I had raw sex with a stranger. I had all the education about HIV. I had all the education about other STDs. I had all the education. I had been to the talks. I had got the t-shirt. I had the condoms in the I had the condoms to be right close for me to be used. I knew everything about the risk. You know, I still took that dick raw because I wanted to take the dick raw in the moment. Was it stupid? Absolutely. But I wanted to take the dick raw. Could it have changed my life forever? Absolutely. It didn't, but it could have. I took the risk. Knowing the consequences, I took the risk. It was in the moment. It was hot. It was love. It was, and let me give you one better. I put the condom on him. So it wasn't like I just totally didn't do what I was supposed to do. I put the condom on him and then took it off because I wanted him to feel my fire and my desire. Stupid? Of course. Taking the chance? Of course. Did I enjoy it? Of course. But that was me having agency over my body, taking a risk and doing it. I got lucky. Giving him something he can feel. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was I can't even describe it. It was ooh, this is about the documentary. I want to tell y'all this story. I probably already told y'all this story. I don't know if I did, but anybody who's new watching, this is a random moment. I had met this dude on Black Planet, and he just was fine as fuck. He was just, anybody know me, you know my type is dark skin, tall, nice body, not buff body, but like a lean body. Damson Idris. Somebody, I want him to be that chocolatey, yummy. That's my type. And so he was all of that. Full lips. I need you to have lips, and I need you to have nose. I need you to look like a Black man. I need you to look like, I don't like racial ambiguity or whatever. I don't like none of that. I want you to look like a Black man. And he was all of that. His name was Magic Boy 8. 2008. And we have been talking, and I didn't live in Houston at the time, but it was in Houston, and I didn't live here at the time. I lived in Mississippi, and I came to Houston. I stayed at the Red Roof Inn off of Telephone Road, over there by Hobby. And I had made my quota, had my clients, everything. I was home, had my clients, and it was bored. And I now I know why I was fucking bored, because this side of town is where like all the Mexicans live. And so anytime I would meet dudes online, they was fucking far away. They wasn't close, the ones I was meeting. But this one, he lived in Sunnyside, so it was not far from where I was. And Sunnyside is hood. So don't hoods always have beautiful names? Sunnyside. Maybe you go there and get killed. So he pulls up. So I tell him, you know how when you meeting somebody for the first time and you don't know if they catfish, like you give them the wrong number. You give them the wrong, like you lead them in a way where you can see them before they know where you at. Like, I don't know if y'all used to do this, but I used to do this on the chat line too. where you send them to the house, the apartment that don't nobody live in, or you send them to the house away from you, that kind of stuff. So I was on the first floor, and I could watch when you come into the building where I was at. So this nigga pulled up and he's talking on the phone, and I see him. And he looks so fucking good. Like, he looks so good. Oh my God. He just was so fine. And I don't know if y'all, I know some of y'all have, but when you meet that person off the internet and they look better than like you expect, like way better, like they cute on the pictures, but in person they like superstar fine. This was that moment where when he gets out of his car and starts walking into the hotel and I can see him, I'm like, my shit gets like, cause I'm about to wear him out. This is about to be sickening. I'm like, oh man. So I'm sitting in the I'm sitting waiting, and now this is the problem. The goal was to have him come in and see me, and then I tell him my tea. So he doesn't know my tea coming to me. But my goal is I need you to because this was the problem back in the day. And I think it's a problem now. When you tell a boy your tea, their imagination can be like, it can block you from having them, because now they got to think about what you might look like. Your pictures could be fake. You might be ugly in person. You could be some dude in a wig. They could think so many negative stuff and be like, nah. So what I would do is I'll bring you over and tell you my tea when you can see me in person. So when you see me, remember I'm an escort, so I know how to come to the room with you know what I'm saying, my titties boozing up that girl. So I knew if you see me, the chances of me having you raises up. So I'm like, oh, okay. So my goal was, you come in, sit down, we talk a little bit, small talk, and I tell you my tea. And then we have a discussion about tea. You know what I'm saying? That was the goal. So he comes through the door, and so y'all know how you come into a hotel, especially a hotel that has 2 beds. Well, I don't know, every hotel ain't the same, but as a ex-ho, I've been to a lot of hotels. You know, you come through the door, you got the bed, and then usually they have like a chair somewhere sitting. So like it'll be a chair on the other side of the room by the window or something. So imagine that. So when I come in, I open up the door, he comes in, and he sees me, and I guess the same reaction that I have to him, he has to me. Because he like, man, he just is like enamored. He's like, you so pretty. Da 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 da. So he comes when I sit down on the so my goal was to have him sit down on the seat. I sit down looking sexy on the bed, and then I start the bullshit conversation of, well, I got something to tell you. Well, I'm a special kind of girl. Well, have you ever... Well, are you a freak? What kind of freak are you? What's too freaky? Whatever, y'all know the conversation. How you lead into the conversation, honey. Lead into the conversation. And so I thought that I was going to be my normal little ease into the... Well, I'm a special kind of girl. I thought that I was going to lead into the conversation. Baby, when I sat down, and I guess I was looking good to him, and he sat down on a seat, but when I sat down, he got off the chair and got down on his knees and crawled to me and started kissing up my leg like he was about to eat my pussy. And as a trans woman, it's like, whoa. Whoa. Something about to pop up, nigga. Calm down. Slow it down. Hold on. Daddy, chill. So I'm like, whoa, wait. Oh my God. I know I was talking all this shit on the internet, but wait, I'm kind of shy. So I have to stop him because, I'm ready to do the do, but it's stuff we got to talk about. And so when I hold him, when I push him back, of course that gives him pause. He's like, oh, okay. He was like, wow, what's up? I thought, because remember, we done talked about, this ain't no, we're on a date, treat me like a lady. No, we done talked about, bitch, I'm gonna wear that dick out. We done talked our shit. It's time to the sluts to come out. So this isn't like we meet and we haven't talked about anything. The terms were already set. The nasty talking was always said. We coming over here because we both want to freak. So he's not under any. It's not like he gotta, let me treat you like a lady. No, it was none of that. We already had to establish this is some freak stuff. I don't live here. I'm visiting. Come bang this box out. So when I do that, he like, yo, what's up? So he was like, damn. And so he sits back on the couch, but he sits back on the chair, but he takes his shirt off. And he's so chocolate and buff and Now, mind you, we are in our 20s. So he's like, we the same age. So we like, it got to be like 25. So I'm 25, he 25, and we are in our youthful 20s. And he looks like a fine ass, everything. So he sits back, and when I started to kind of explain, even though I'm bullshitting, it starts to dawn on him what I'm talking about. And so he sits there, and I am seeing his physical demeanor start to get like, the tone starts to get not sexy. Like, I can't tell if it's becoming anger. It's not becoming there, but anybody who has told their tea, it's that line. You don't know, is this about to turn into anger? Like, you got to turn up or whatever. You don't know what it's going to be. What's about to happen here. So you don't know what's going to happen. So I could see him sitting there, and I could see it ruminating in his mind. Like, oh, I'm getting what she's putting down now. And so he sits up, he sits up in the chair, and he puts his arm, and he's like, so you saying you a dude? And I'm like, well, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm saying, I'm a special kind of girl. And he was like, man, This shit is crazy. You can't be fucking serious. Man! And he turns into this, where I can't tell if this is about to go violent. So he sits there and he leans forward and does like this. He's like, you know what? If you ask my friends what I would do in this situation, I think they all would tell you that I would be beating your ass right now, or fighting you, or doing something. Now, Diamond Stylz does not take threats lightly, especially in any situation like this. And so I say, oh no, sir, you wouldn't be beating my ass, because I'm not going to let you beat my ass. We would be fighting in here. So that's not going to happen. So you can keep that up. And when I say that, he realized that, he was trying to, I think he was in his way trying to ease me into his yes, but he's going in this way that's really strange. And because I'm already heightened sense of, could this be violent? I'm letting you know we gonna box in this motherfucker. So that's just what it is. We about to twirl it out. So once he say that, I say that. He was like, nah, I ain't even, I'm telling you, just listen to me. I'm telling you that nobody would think that I'm about to do what I'm about to do. I never thought that I would be in this situation. But shit, I'm here now. You sexy as fuck. What you trying to do? Oh. You ain't said nothing but a word. Now I crawl over to him. And he pulls out this biggest chocolate sticky. And I get to gobbling that meat. Gobbling. So I reach over to the table because I am an escort, so I always got the condoms by the bed. So reach over to the little table, put the condom on it, and honey, turn over. I'm on the bed, cakes arched up. He banging, boom, 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 and he just start talking me through it, talking like, oh my God, just like give you anything. So imagine a man that you're hooking up with saying everything that you like them to say when it comes to having. And so just saying the right words. And so he says, damn, he was like, you gonna make me come too fast. Cause I'm taking I'm active. So I'm not no pillow princess in the sense of just sit there and let you beat my case. I'm gonna be throwing it back on you. Boom, 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 boom. So I'm throwing it back on him. He was like, oh shit, you go, if you keep doing that, you gonna make me nut. And because of the vibe, he done leaned in and whispered in my ear, telling me, yeah, you about to make me nut if I keep it. Baby, I reach around, take that condom off, and slide back down on that thing. He go nuts. And in that moment, I wasn't thinking about safety. I was thinking about, in this moment, I want this nigga to fall in love with me. I know it's not no love. This is a hookup. But nigga, I need you to, you can come inside me. Will you come inside me? Do you want to ride? My love. all of that, baby. I need you to feel it. I need you to feel it. And this latex ain't giving you the energy that I need you to give. Yeah, you telling me you about to nut, but I need you to know what this honey pot is giving. And yeah, that's what's happening. That's what was happening. And so it just was love. He's so, I mean, like 4 strokes. And he explode in me. And it's just love. And we sit down on the bed and we lay next to each other. Pussy don't fail me now. Yes. I be feeling like that when I'm trick fucking boys. Pussy don't fail me now. No, I need the mini Ripperton, baby. I needed the mini Ripperton, baby. That's what I needed. You can come inside me, baby. And so we laid on the bed. So I get up on the bed, he on the bed, and we both looking up at the fucking ceiling. And in that moment, like we sit there and pause in silence, sweaty and hot. Ooh, that's another thing. I don't know if y'all like this, but when sex is sweaty and hot, I love for the air conditioner to be on, because when the air conditioning blow, you hot and sweaty, but the air conditioner is making their sweat turn into cool like raindrops, and it's just kind of dropping on your back and or on your chest or whatever. That's what it felt like, a fucking movie. It felt like it's one of my hottest sexual experiences. He banging me out, and just fucking his sweat is dripping from his fucking chin on my back, and the air conditioning is making it the drops cold, and I'm hot, and it's like amazing. It was an amazing experience. It was amazing. Oh God, it was love. And so we sitting there, sweaty, hot, cooling down, and we laid back. And we probably was laying there for maybe it felt like maybe 15 minutes, but it probably would have been like 3. And we just sitting there. And we both looking up at the ceiling. And literally at the same time, we both turn and look at each other and say, "You ain't got nothing, right?" At the same exact time, you ain't got nothing, right? Like it really should have been a movie. And when both of us at the end of the day, it's too late now. It is too late now, baby. Too late now. So I remember that why I'm telling the story is because that was a moment where I took a risk, and knowing the risk. Like I wasn't ignorant. It wasn't about lack of education. It wasn't about trauma or being forced to do something. It was about I wanted to create this moment. And to this day, that nigga still hit me up. To this day, we still talk. We still talk about that moment to this day. It was fire. It was a fire ass moment. It was a fire ass moment. Love moment. Anyway, back to the documentary. So, but that actually is the end. In regards to the documentary, we talk about the sex work and how these women was battling about what agency looked like for them. Some women who was more respectability politics, they were like, no, porn is bad, sex work is bad, but then the sex workers was like, bitch, this is my body and my agency and how I'm taking control of my sex life and my life in regards to money. This is what I want to do, and this is how I got it, how I love to do it. You don't get to tell me that that's bad. You don't get to tell me that that's wrong. And this is my agency. That's what agency is about, where I'm free from your moral standing. That's what sexual liberation is. I don't need to wait till I'm married. I can fuck who I want to fuck because it's my body. And it's not about me being influenced by men. It's because I'm a woman and like who I like. And that could be a man, that could be a woman, that could be whoever I want to do. And that's what agency and freedom and sexual liberation looks like for me. It may not look like that for you. Your sexual liberation is to do it how you want to do it. And I thought that that was a dope concept in regards to just the conversations we need to have, but it also, that problem was the downfall, and that disconnect was the downfall of the magazine. Like, though these clashes are the downfall, and I think that says a lot about our movement now, that I want y'all to take away from this conversation, because some of the conversations that we are having makes us just, it's not that they're not important conversation. I hate people to be like, oh, you're just being divisive. Da, 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 da. We're not being divisive, bitch. We're just divided. And that's, and if we don't accept that there are some things that are just different, and probably and not just different in like we're different people, different as in how we think things should be. Our ideological differences are just stark. They're polar opposite. And so how do we navigate and still win with those differences? That's what we have to understand. We can sit and talk about Jess Hilarious. We can sit and talk about people like her and people be totally against us. But how, and not accepting us for who we are, blah, 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 blah. But how do we, if the enemy is the MAGA, what kind of, it's not saying that we don't need to have any conversations, but what kind of conversations should we be having so I can get you to just work with me long enough to be against them? Barbara Jordan, in her essay about the Bahamas, something about the Bahamas, she visited the Caribbean for a little bit, and she was talking about the class difference. And one of the things that she was talking about is like, yo, how can we come together to get, if everybody is trying to get to point A, B, C, D, how can we get the most people to get us to A? How can we get the most people to get us to B? Some people might get off at C. They don't agree with D. So I don't want to get to the goal of D, but I do want to get to A, B, and C. But I don't want to get to the goal of D. So how can we work together to get to C, baby? Come on, let's work it. We might change our minds and separate our path, separate once we get to C, or once we get to B, or once we get to A. How can we work together to get to our goals? And what kind of conversations are we having? Important conversations are we having to get to the point where we can accomplish what we need to accomplish? Because the positive thing about the other side, about the MAGAs and the conservatives, they are under one roof. Even in their differences, they know we're following religion, we're following whiteness, we're following patriarchy. We, regardless of all the other stuff, we know we're following this stuff. And so they're not divided in that sense. Where us, we don't know who is. Some people are invested in whiteness. We just talked about the girls earlier. Some people are invested in patriarchy. We just talked about the people who I like patriarchy. I don't want to be abused, but I like my man to be a man. I don't want to be abused, but I like my husband to be the head of the household. There's a dedication to it. They check their marching orders. Yes, they do. But I think, let's be honest. I think we are forced to have integrity. When that's just what it is. Like, I think one of the disconnects when it comes to us and them is, like, let's take this Epstein shit. Motherfuckers talking about, You know that there are going to be some liberals on the Epstein list. Do you want to see them? Yes, yes. We want to call them creeps out. We want them to burn too. Just like the MAGA ones. We want the Democratic creeps. Y'all MAGA creeps on the list. Y'all gonna make excuses for them. I don't understand why we talking about the Epstein list as if we don't already have, as if he's not already convicted of something, some sexual crime. He's already convicted of a sexual crime, and y'all still voted for him. So even if the Epstein list come out, it's not going to do anything. Y'all going to make excuses for it. So why y'all pretending and acting like, oh, we care about the Epstein list? He already has been convicted of a sex crime. And y'all still voted for him. So who cares? Why y'all not letting it out? It's not like it's going to make a difference with y'all. With us, it's going to make a difference. We're not supporting. What's the dude from New York? Menzani? What's the new? Why he beat Como? Como got a lot of nasty, gross ass shit on his record now, and we not fucking with that shit. So now, what's his name? I don't want to say it wrong. What's the little? Y'all know what I'm talking about. Where my New Yorkers at? What's the man? The liberal man that's winning now? Mandani. Thank you. That's why he being successful. That's why he's being successful against these motherfuckers, because we hold our people accountable. Even who is the people that's critiquing Obama the most on some real shit? We not talking about just making Obama bad just because for the sake of him being black and Obama, but we be the main ones talking about that he was fucking deporter in chief. They ain't talking about that shit. We be talking about that shit. We hold even our best people who we love. We want to hold them accountable to their wrongs too. Y'all, what we did to Kamala Harris, y'all wouldn't have did that to yours. We even though it was bullshit, making up the narrative of her locking up black men. That wasn't no MAGAs. MAGAs wasn't doing that. That was us on our side. Black men, progressive black men. Misogynistic, progressive black men. MAGAs wasn't, they the law and order motherfuckers. They want you to lock these niggas up. That was us. We was holding them accountable, even though that wasn't true. But it was us who was calling it out. She actually did giggle about locking parents up for truancy. I didn't watch that. I don't know about her giggling. But, and sometimes people giggle for different reasons. I've giggled at people telling me that their mama died. So, and it was just a nervous giggle. But the data shows that whatever she did in the time that that program was happening, there was a positive outcome. So, however people spin it, there was a positive outcome to it. But anyway, my point is, it was us who is going to critique her. The don't vote if they're not, if they don't cease fire in Palestine. That wasn't MAGAs. That was us holding Democrats to the fire of what's happening in Palestine. That was us. That was not them. Us trying to influence people not to vote if they don't stop in Palestine. That wasn't MAGAs. That was them. So we are the ones who are going to hold our people accountable. That's not them. But I think what will help us move forward is how are we strategically having these conversations? I am not arguing and having a conversation with people about whether or not I'm a woman. I think that's a waste of time, waste of my time. If you young and you want to have that conversation, I am not. I'm not. If you don't think I'm a woman, then we can't get to point B. And now I need to focus my energy on somebody who wants to get to point B with me. Who wants to get to point C? All right, you getting off on B, cool. We can't match going to C, cool. We get to C. Who trying to get to D? You getting off at C, cool. We trying to get to D. Come on. That's what I'm talking about. What we need to do to get to point D? A, B, C, D. What we need to do? How is whether or not I'm a woman or not helping us get to our goals? How? Also, that's what I feel about any conversation I have about me being a woman. What do you gain or lose with you being exclusive and not expansive in your gender? What harm does it do to you for me not being a woman, or for me being included to being a woman? Like, what harm does it do to you? If the ideas of gender are more expansive, what harms does it do to you? Why are we arguing about this if it's no harms? Now, if you can give me a harm, it harms me because boom, 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 boom. I'm like, oh, interesting. If you can give me a harm, let's talk about it. Let's talk about how to fix it. But most of the time, if you break it down, there's no harm. They're just arguing to argue. They just argue to argue. And so we're going in circles. My aunt said, because it's taking men away from them. Really? So that means you don't want other women to be born because they're taking men away from you too. You don't want other women to come into this country because they're taking they're taking men away from you too. You don't want any other woman to come in and take you talk. It's what we 1% of the population. If we taking all your men, then you have more problems than us. We ain't even the women. Trans as a whole is 1% of the population. We 0.5. We have, because we ain't the 1% includes the trans men. And then why you mad at us? The gay men is taking your men too, if that's the case. But then we're that here. Is this conversation productive? Is it? Would I argue with your aunt? Probably not. If you talk, I would say, if we're 1% of the less than 1%, if we're that and we're taking away your chances to get a man, baby, then they are erasing real women. How? Girl, trans women don't have the numbers to do that. It's become ridiculous. It feels like, how am I erasing you? Like, we are 1% of the population, less, and you think that we can erase real women? What? Girl, if you that erasable, bitch, girl, I don't know what to tell you. I really don't know what to tell you. I really don't. But all right, it is 3:48, and I don't like to go over not in time, 3:48 in how long the duration. So I want to give enough time for us to talk about other stuff. If it's that easy to erase womanhood, that's how you know it's a construct, baby. Amen. Come on, preach. Let it go, darling. All right. So what y'all want me to hit on that's not the documentary? Make sure y'all check it out. And it was a good documentary. Check it out. And let me know what y'all think. But now we're gonna open the floor up. What else I want to talk about? Let me go get me some snacks. Y'all know what? I am addicted to these, baby. This motherfucking. These chickpeas, these lemon and mint chickpeas, they're so good. I love to sprinkle them on a salad, but I like to eat them by themselves too. And they're good protein. I love it. And I made some garlic and lemon roasted chicken and potatoes and rice last night. That shit was so good. They're real easy to make in the air fryer. They are. I'm just lazy. But I sprinkled some of these on there. I felt like I was at a an Indian restaurant. It's so good. Okay, somebody said Jackie and Chantal. I don't watch that show, but I watched the clip. And I don't understand. You push your mama and you think she's not supposed to hit you back? That's weird to me. We clearly saw you push your mama. Now, I'm not saying your mama don't got no problems, because Jackie's annoying sometimes. But you push your mama. And she bops you. What you? And just how you talking to your mama. And we ain't talking about not holding her accountable for shit, but I just don't like how she was talking to Jackie. If you're actually trying to solve an issue, how you talking is super combative and angry and interrupting and I don't know, it just felt too much. But I don't watch the show, so I don't know what's going on for real. But she seemed like she's doing too much to a woman, her mama, who does too much. So you put two people who do too much together, you're gonna have a clash out. Chantal was allowing other girls to call Jackie deadbeat and disrespect her. Yeah, and I saw what's the Evelyn. It felt like Evelyn was too involved. Like, this is somebody's child. Why are you in their business? But that seemed like Evelyn always in folks' business. But then I seen something where Evelyn was talking to Jennifer about Jennifer scamming one of the girls out of money. It just seemed like Evelyn was always the mediator. I don't know. It felt weird. Even though I think Jennifer was wrong in that situation, Evelyn seems like she always the one that gotta be the hold the bitch to a fire. Because she think that her and her daughter got a better relationship, I guess. I don't know. Here's what I find suspicious in that family dynamic. Everything falls on Jackie. Where was Doug when all of this alleged abuse were taking place? How does his hand come out clean? Doug be like, I don't even know what Doug, ain't Doug light skinned? I probably seen him one time. I can't even picture his face. He seemed like he don't be trying to be on the show. Well, nigga, I'm trying to live my retired basketball life. That family gives male-centered. Chantal was there for a storyline. Yeah. It's just something about bringing my kids on a show. You know what show is good? That with the Real Housewife kids, is it New York's Inc. I don't know what's the new Next Gen NYC. That show is good. They are wearing Riley Burris out. Was that her last name? They're wearing Riley out. Like, it's what they doing to Riley is a perfect example of how they be gaslighting black women. Like, Riley could do the same exact shit them white girls are doing. And they all, oh my God, Riley, how did you said that so aggressive. You said you were so rude. You were so mean, girl. And they would be doing the same thing 2 seconds before. But all of a sudden, Riley is the problem. And then when she's trying to explain herself and she gets emotional and everybody, her friends come to her defense, then it's like, oh my God, the black girl needs all the help. I hate that. It's showcasing the dynamic of a black woman so well. Now it looks like everybody's coming to the defense of the black girl. Hate that shit. I don't agree with the Real Housewife kids getting a show. The parents will be mad if their kids get into it. What you mean? I have an issue with somebody saying they don't agree with somebody's opportunity. Somebody doing a job. It's like me doing a play and somebody saying, I don't agree Diamond should do a play. What, bitch? Who asked you? If I should do a play. Oh, see, I don't think of it like that. I feel like this is just the name of the game. The family been in the business of reality TV, and they know this is just the story. Like, I don't think they're like, oh, I have a problem with my kids getting into it. It's like, no, this is us adding to the drama of the show. And our business is reality TV. Riley and Kim's daughter are the reason that it was greenlit. I just love that they had a trans girl on there. Whose daughter is the trans girl? Who is the trans girl connected to? I don't know where she's from. I don't know like what her connection. Whose generation next is she? I just know she be looking sickening. And why they didn't get Zaya Wade to be on there? Zaya probably said no. I can't wait to the I know the culture is gonna hate it, but I can't wait till the Kardashian kids get old enough to get them a show because they're gonna get a show. The next generation of the Kardashians. If you sensitive like Candy and Shawnee O'Neal, don't give us stuff to critique. I think they sensitive, but they also know the game too. Baby, when I tell y'all my mouth tastes hot and fruity. So these are like spicy lemon mint chickpeas. And this is like apple cinnamon tea. So it's a bunch of weird ass flavors happening at once. Spiced apple cinnamon tea. So it's like cloves and cinnamon and apple. So it's like, what's a strange? It's not nasty, but it's like a strange combination of flavors swirling. And she's a first lady. Oh, girl. She ain't the first lady of reality TV. We had Giselle, honey. Ain't Giselle a first? Wasn't Giselle a first lady too? First lady. We'll see how that played out. I couldn't watch Potomac. Y'all, that show was triggering my light skinned girl. I couldn't watch that. Some of the shit that was being said about Giselle and Robin was annoying me too much. So, and I didn't want to get in on the conversation because some of those critiques of them triggered my old self. So I had to just back out. Let the colorism girlies sit and talk about that because some of the shit was wrong to me. So I didn't jump in and say nothing. I had to stop watching it. I tried to watch it, but I was like, oh no, I'm not about to watch this show because this is there were certain things I was like, I'm all for calling out colorist shit, but this doesn't. Some of this feels like y'all bitches is just hating. Yeah, but it would just be problematic. That's why they just. Sometimes there's no point in me talking about it because the point is to dismantle colorism, and sometimes those conversations needs to happen. And me trying to defend light skin hoes won't do what I'm trying to do, even if I think it's problematic. Do you see what I'm saying? Even if I think that, bitch, yeah, right, you just a hating ass bitch. It does not go along with what I want to ultimately dismantle. So even if I think that no, you just hating on her in certain incidents, it doesn't change that I want the anti-colorism happen, anti-colorism conversation to happen. And right, it won't translate. It will translate to me just being a light-skinned girl. And I am good at telling white women, sometimes you just gotta shut the fuck up. It may feel uncomfortable because you want to have something to say against white supremacy and white feminism, and they let them get it out and just shut the fuck up and be uncomfortable. So the same thing I gotta expect white women to do, I gotta do it to myself too when it comes to colorism conversations. Now, where I draw the line is you not about to tell me my experience. That's usually where I draw the line. Don't tell me what I experienced. Don't try to make me feel like I'm less black. Don't try to make me feel like I don't experience racism. Don't try to make me feel like I don't experience things that some type of hate. It may not be equal to yours, but it's the shit that happened to me. So don't try to tell me what my experiences are. I'm never gonna try to illegitimize your experience of colorism as a dark skinned person. I'm never going to do that. I'm going to let you talk. I'm going to let you say what you got to say. But what I'm not going to let you do is tell me about how I experience the world as a black woman just because you have some preconceived notions for light skinned people. You got me fucked up. I'm not going to let you do that. But I'm never going to be like, I'm not but when you get to telling some colorism stories, I'm never gonna be trying to jump in. But why can people go through that too? Or I've experienced that. And, I'm never gonna say it as a rebuttal to your story. Now, if you ask me my experience, I'm gonna tell you my experience. But I'm never gonna try to use it as a rebuttal to illegitimize what your truth. Never. Because sometimes you just gotta sit and be uncomfortable with it. And I also understand that because of the truth of colorism, that it doesn't always give you a vision for other nuances that could be happening. Do you feel what I'm saying? It's like I've seen situations, take it out of the colorism and just take it out of racism. I've seen situations where I've been in, and I've seen situations where this feels like anti-blackness and something else is actually going on because everybody in the situation don't know what's happening. Everybody has different perspective, but based on my view, this feels racist. But come to find out, it's actually something else. And not saying that racism don't play a part in what's happening, but it's actually a nuance of something else that colors this situation different. But because I'm black and sensitive to racism, I'm feeling real like you being racist right now. But that actually wasn't the end of that. Not saying that it didn't play a part at all, but it wasn't the real circumstances. It wasn't there's situations there's nuances to situations that could be okay. And because of that, I think that there's sometimes things that people just blame on colorism, and it's not colorism. It's just, bitch, I don't like you. Or, bitch, you trying it. And there's some nuances of or just how colorism shows up. Like, for example, sometimes I be wanting to read black men, dark skinned black men. Sometimes I be wanting to read them and I don't. But sometimes I be like, nigga, how colorism showed up for you and how colorism shows up for a dark skinned cis woman is two different things. Black men, because of colorism, are seen as super masculine, and I don't know a time in our history where there hasn't been a dark skinned black heartthrob, like representation of why is the dark skinned girl not the pretty one, the pretty one, or the apple of the guy's eye. It's always the light skinned biracial. Da, 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 da. There was a time when it was only light skinned when in regards to black media, only light skinned black girls being shown as like the beauty standard or whatever. That actually hasn't been true for black men. They always had Sidney Poitier. They always had Big Daddy Kane. There was always a dark skinned heartthrob on TV that you could be seen as unambiguously black as the love interest when it comes to representation. Shit, Nat King Cole. Yes. Y'all always had somebody that was there to say, "Oh, I'm beautiful." Whereas for a long time, it was Lena Horne, Lena Horne, what's her name? Diane Carroll, um, Dorothy Dandridge. It was a bunch of light skinned people who was like top tier, getting all the stuff. They were in movies with the dark skinned men. So y'all always, and even to this day, Blair Underwood, Denzel Washington, they had Sidney Poitier and Belafonte. Yes, there was representation. So I think that is sometimes I be wanting to be like, and that doesn't mean that colorism is not affecting them. Do I think that Kodak Black, Danielle Caesar, but I mean, even them can be an example. Y'all still get opportunities. I don't know. But somebody who do I think colorism can affect them in certain circumstances? Absolutely. But it just shows up differently. It shows up differently for them. I know in my high schools there was always a dark skinned heartthrob. Let me show y'all my high school crush. See if I can find in high school. He was one of the boys that I didn't get a chance to have because we just worked in the same circles. He was one of I had all the boys that I wanted to have, but he was one that I didn't get a chance. I wanted to have him, but I didn't get a chance to have him because I wasn't able to be around him. Like if I'm able to be around a dude, like if I'm in a class with you, I usually can work my set and pull you into the web, baby. But I never had any classes with him. We never could hang out. I never could be in any vicinity with him. So I never could mess around. You see what I'm saying? We never could be that. But I loved him. He was my everything. And we had a couple of these. We had a couple, it was a couple of these who was like just chocolate boys who was like everybody chased them. They was fly, they was see if I can. Can y'all see him? That chocolate went to the left. Babe, I love you. You my everything. Exactly. He was so fine. I'm trying to show y'all the picture of him when he was in yeah. When he was like a clear picture. That was when he was in high school. But he done kind of got fat and gray hair now. No shade. You know, he's one of them ones that they was fine in high school, but kind of done, as we all may have gone through and gotten a little bit bigger, you know. Looking a little everybody black don't crack. It may not crack, but it show sags a little bit. You know, so he be posting all the fucking time, man. Trying to get to the young pictures. But yes, it was always when I was in high school, it was always a few dark skinned fine niggas who was just who everybody loved. Like him. There you go, right there. When we was in school, he looked like that. Everybody liked him. He was so cute. Did it zoom in? There it go. It zoomed in. Everybody liked him. He was so cute. And he had this fire ass car. This is when he had when he was younger and had his car, had his fire ass motherfucking come on, zoom in so they can see him. There it go. Yeah, he was hot. He did that was after. He didn't have a car in high school. He didn't have a car. That was like right after high school. I want to find where he was really looking good. He was looking good at the prom, baby. When we had our prom, oh, he was looking like a fucking snack. Let's see if I can find his prom picture. Baby, I was going through what I was going through, baby, and he was in there looking like so many layers to what was going on. Yes, old school. There's a secret story about him that I'm going to put in my book. It don't have nothing to do with sex, but it's it's a funny, ironic situation. Yeah, look at him. He's just so chocolatey and cute. Where is that picture from high school? Oh, this is him because he also had a son. He had a son. And he was being daddy, teaching his kids how to ride a bike. It was so cute. I hate that I can't find a picture of him when he was at the prom. Let me see if I can find a picture of him now. Let me show y'all what he looked like now. Oh, here's his prom picture, y'all. In the white. Don't he look like Damson, Idris, baby? That chocolate little slim, fine. He kind of looked like that dude from Soul Food, Vivica Fox, like a dark skinned version of Vivica Fox's husband. Mm, 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 mm. 90s, baby. 90s was the T, baby. 90s trade. Um, when he was really fine is when he got out of jail. Let me see if I can find a picture when he first got out of jail, because he got locked up. The red one in the front. Who was that? Child, I don't know him. You know, light skinned boys don't be giving me no kind of energy. I don't care about them, honey. Oh, high yellow niggas. No, thank you. Keep them. Mm. Mm. He had on this, like, he was out on a date or something, and he had on this little this red little, he had gained some weight and got some little grown man weight on him. He was fresh out of jail. I would have ate him up. This is him when he first, like, kind of came out. I was like, oh my God. And he was, because he always had been like slim. But when he came out of jail, baby, he had that pretty ass smile and he had gained some little muscles and shit. I was like, oh my God, that nigga fine. Why is this not zooming in? Oh, there we go. Oh, no, it's not. He had gained some little weight. I was like, oh God, give it all to me. He looked like a dark skinned Apollo. Yes. Woo! He was my everything. Mm, 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 mm. But yes, it was always some dark skinned boys that motherfuckers was living for. We had, who else in the 90s? We had fucking Morris Chestnut. We had, it started to shift, like the video vixens would be light skinned. But also, I know what I wanted to say. So, and then it depend on what arena. I was talking to somebody under the under that new Laverne video, and somebody said something about like colorism and stuff. And this way we were saying, I was like, I don't think I don't think it, in certain spheres of culture, I think it'd be flipping. And I don't know why. I don't have a theory of why, but I think it'd be flipping. And I try to verbalize a theory. Let me give you an example. So we know colorism exists. This does not negate colorism. But I think colorism shows up in different, just like I just said, in male oriented things. No, even if it's women. So if you think about rap music, female rap, in the early days, it was a bunch of dark skinned girls that was dominating it. It was not like, so you would think because of colorism that a Charlie Baltimore would be like blown up and she would become like a Cardi B, Nicki Minaj. But in the early days, it was dominated by dark girls. Little Kim, she did the bleach and stuff now, but Little Kim was dark. Foxy Brown was dark. Missy Elliott was dark. Even in the beginning, Roxanne Shante was dark. Lauryn Hill was dark. Being a dark-skinned rapper girl, you could be at the top. Did we have certain ones, like even 2 out of the 3 Salt and Pepper? One, Cheryl was light, but most of the rapper early 80s, 80s, 90s, until we get to like Trina. Is Trina light skinned? Maybe she'd be feeling browns to me. I don't know. Trina and Yo Yo are in those kind of color palettes that I don't know what they. Sometimes I be thinking that they be brown, but I don't know. Trina is like to me. Okay. I wouldn't. They're one of them ones that it's like I don't know what they could be, but like Yo Yo light skin. Yes, she got those funny color eyes, but is she light skin? But most of the big name rapper girls, Trina Tans in the summer months, yeah, Dirty Red Suntan. She from Miami. That Dirty Red. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I think people be confused and don't understand how dark some people can get in the summertime as opposed to how light they can get in the wintertime. People be tripping. Oh, I think she's bleaching. Like even like Beyonce, people be like, oh, she's bleaching her skin now. No, she's just a light-skinned girl that's staying out the sun. When y'all saw her when she was younger, she was out in the fucking sun doing spring blings and doing performances in the sun in small arenas, tanning and going to the tanning bed. She was dark. She was her version of dark. And so, honey, now she's staying out the sun because the bitch is getting old, and we know that ages you. It was the blonde wigs, y'all. She's been the color since four. Yeah, girls. People being weird. But so why, in the midst of the heightened level of what colorism was doing in the 90s, we saw the heightened level of just light-skinned biracial girls and as the video vixens and da 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 da. We saw that. So why in rap did dark-skinned girls dominate? Why didn't a light-skinned girl rapper come into prominence early on? And my theory, I don't think this is, it's just a theory. My theory is because still colorism, because dark skin is seen as masculine and hip hop is seen as a male oriented thing, still colorism, but it is more authentic for you to be a dark-skinned girl in this masculine arena. It's more authentic than some light-skinned girl rapping. We want to see hard, edgy, and hard and edgy is going to be this dark-skinned street girl with a hard voice. That's why when Little Kim's speaking voice is way soft and feminine as opposed to her hard on studio voice. Still colorism, but in this world of rap, the dark-skinned girl is going to dominate. Still rooted in colorism, but it benefits her. Does that make sense? I don't know, because same with Foxy. Her speaking voice is so soft and high-pitched. Yes. It affirms that the idea that dark-skinned women are and can be masculine because of their dark skin. Yes, which is still colorism. But in this case, it benefits because this arena is male, black dominant. And so because it's a dominant male field, rap is the sport of rap is dominated by masculinity and hyper masculinity. A dark-skinned girl is going to dominate in this field. And so the reason why we was talking about that over here on the Laverne topic while I was having the conversation, I was like, I think that happens in the trans community too. I think because a lot of the most richest, most popular girls are dark skinned girls. When we think about T.S. Madison, Laverne Cox, um, um, Janet Mock, they're dark girls. Now, of course, they got some. Janet gonna have the curly Hawaiian hair, so that's featureism and texturism. Da, da, da. That plays a part in all of that, absolutely. But she's still dark to me. Um, and I think why that is, and remember, it doesn't mean that some light skinned girls don't come up and do things, but the ones who dominate are dark. And I think that is because of fetishizing dark skinned BBC type of men. I think that plays a warped sense in how that works and benefits them. Theory, just theory. I think that there's something happening there. Janet is medium. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. She yeah, I don't consider her light skin. Yeah, she's just like brown. Yeah. I just consider her like brown. She's just like she's like she's like sometimes like she's Regina King. Sometimes Regina be darker. Yeah, it's a certain level of brown. Janet is clearly brown skin. Yeah, it's like a brown, like a just a brown. I don't consider her light skin. I just consider her brown. Um, but she's not the color that I would confuse with light skin. Like she would everybody's depiction of what like people be like. I don't remember that there was a viral moment where this dude was considering himself light skin, and everybody in the comments was like, "You think yourself light skin?" Everybody was like, "Is a light skinned dude in the room with us?" And then when you go to his page, you like, you don't look light skinned, bro. You look just brown. And but to him, he felt like he was light skinned. But yeah, I don't see her being confused with like as opposed to let me look at Trina again. Like Trina mm, I don't know. She kind of looking brown too. She looking the same color as Janet. But I don't know if that's let me look at some that don't have so much makeup on. I don't know. She kind of looking the same kind of brown as Janet. Is she looking lighter than Janet? She looking like the same color. Yeah, she looking kind of just brown. I don't know. Trina is one of them colors that's like sometimes they be looking brown. They just she looks brown. I don't know. But if somebody said Trina was light skinned, I can see Trina light skinned in the South to me. Yeah, I don't. I'm trying to find something where I see where I'm like for sure, like, oh yeah, she looked like a light skinned girl, and it's not makeup. That's why I'm trying to find different pictures, different lighting. Because sometimes the makeup be looking pale. Yeah, she's one of them people that I'm not for sure. I'm not really for sure. See, I consider Chantal light skinned, but I consider Jackie brown. Jackie Christie is brown to me. But her daughter for sure is light skinned. To me. Jackie Christie. Yeah, she brown and her husband is light skinned. Let me go to images of Jackie. Yeah, she looks brown. Yeah, this is what I would consider just a brown girl, like Janet Jackson brown. Yeah, ooh, they was cute when they was young. Look how cute they look. They look so cute. Jackie and Doug. They look cute. They look cute. They were so young. Okay, I see it. I see y'all. She snagged her a cute one. Light skin Keisha, because I see so many people that she's brown, not light. Yeah, she's definitely brown. But she brown with lot. Keisha would have been light skinned where I'm from, but I know she's brown in the States. That's another okay. This goes into another conversation that I was having with somebody. Um I was talking about, okay, so we know that there's a statement that I hear a lot with people who say colorism don't go both ways. So, be a light skinned person saying, "Oh, I was treated because of my skin complexion, treated negatively because of my skin complexion, and blah 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 blah." And a dark skinned person will say, "Colorism doesn't work both ways." So it's always going towards a negative dark skinned person. So this is something that I was trying to explain to somebody. Colorism is going to affect the darkest person in the scenario. Okay. And scenario is going to be different depending on who you are comparing. So, particularly like a desirability situation. So, if we're talking about, okay, so if we're talking about two Black American people, we know the shades are going to be different. But say you take somebody my shade, somebody T.S. Madison shade, somebody Jada Black shade. Do y'all know Jada Black? Do y'all know her? Trans girl. Um, Jada. Do y'all know Jada? Let me show y'all who she is so y'all can know what I'm talking about. Dark skinned, beautiful trans girl. Jada. Go follow her and tell her that I sent y'all. Jada Black Beauty. Dark skinned, beautiful black trans girl. She got a lot of followers. I'm surprised y'all don't know her. She got like 34,000 followers. She's like a chef. She be having she's sickening. I live for her. She's sickening as fuck to me. She got a twin brother. I live for her. She's sickening to me. But you know, she's a dark skinned girl. Do y'all consider her dark skinned? I consider her dark skinned, right? That's kind of like unquestionable, right? That's a dark skinned girl. Yeah, I consider her dark skinned. Sickening. So if you're comparing how colorism is going to affect us. So if we're talking about like me, if you're comparing me and Dominique Morgan, y'all know her, right? Dominique Morgan. I'm lighter than Dominique Morgan. So if you're comparing us to, colorism is going to affect her more than me. If you're comparing Dominique and Jada, it's going to affect Jada more than me. Okay. I mean, more than Dominique, because that's the shade goes different. You know what I'm saying? That's common sense, right? But if you take my color, and take it and put it somewhere in Asia, my color in Asia will be considered dark skin to them. So colorism in Asia, this would be treated bad compared to the pale, light-skinned East Asian girl. Do you see what I'm saying? Because they're going to look down on the Lao Cambodian girl that's my color. So while if she came to America, she would be considered light-skinned because she's my color. But in her country, she's considered dark-skinned, even if there's somebody darker than her. Like when you look at Indian girls, just comparing to color, because there are dark-skinned South Asians that are Jada Black's color. But they still would consider me, if they're comparing me to, what's that girl, the really famous Indian girl, famous Indian girl with blue eyes. This girl, she be everywhere. What's her name? Her name is Ashwari. This bitch, she like the most, she's sickening too. She beat, but she's like the most popular Indian actress. South, I don't know if it's whatever, Indian. Her, like, she be on all their movies. I'm talking about Bollywood. I'm not talking about in America. I'm talking about Bollywood. So if you take her and put her in a situation where they have to choose her or an Indian girl that my color, they're gonna choose her because she has that like lighter skin. I think about and that's when other things that are incorporated in colorism can come into play, like featureism. Like even if I remember, and so my point is, it depends on who you comparing. Somebody my color could be considered dark skinned in another country or another situation, especially if I'm the darkest of the girls in the situation. When you think about when you think about who? I'm trying to think about. I remember they did those two documentaries, one called Dark Skin Girl and one called Light Skin Girl. And when they did the Light Skin Girl one, they brought Tatiana Ali from Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. I don't consider Tatiana Ali light skin at all. I consider her dark skin, but she just got that kind of straight grade of hair. But sometimes if you got that kind of straight grade of hair, it makes you look exotic even though you darker. And so you look more that however that works. Like Maya Campbell, Ananda Lewis, Chili from TLC, they got that good hair, so it's almost like people push them into light skin category, but they not because of their hair. Does that make sense? Because I remember when she was in that documentary, I was like, I didn't know people considered her light skin. Yeah, she's not dark skin, but featurism is also a substitute for light skin. Yeah, I don't even consider her like the Trina Brown that we just was talking about, where it's like that Janet Mock, like just stamped brown. It's something about Tatiana. Let me look her up. Tatiana Ali. Yeah, she looks like a normal dark skinned girl. Like I don't consider, like, I don't think, if I look at her, I wouldn't consider her, like, I wouldn't accidentally consider her light skin. This is a dark skinned girl. This is a brown girl. Like, yeah, I don't consider, if somebody, if somebody said, the light skinned girl with the da 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 da, I would never think of her. Yeah, this is just a dark skinned girl. Like, yeah, that's what I would think. Now, she's not Sudanese kind of dark skin. Like if we talking about Ducky Thought, like if we talk about Ducky Thought, yeah, this is a Ducky. Ducky, yeah. We're not talking about her dark skin. But Tatiana don't be giving light skin. She's like Guyanese light skin, kind of like Melanie Fiona. Yes, Melanie Fiona. That's a good comparison too. But it's so interesting how different people think different things. Well, Melanie is kind of giving that that olivey Melanie kind of giving that olivey Janet Mock brown, but just more olive. Nia Long, I consider Nia Long dark skin. I don't think she's like, it's even questioned. Yeah. Yeah. But even like now, I'm thinking about it. Like it's like even that, like the point I was initially trying to make was that in certain circumstances, the darker person, while I may not be considered dark, in certain circles, I will be the darker person. And so if I go into a modeling casting call and this light color girl who is like, maybe South Asian or I don't know, wherever the situation may be, but everybody is lighter than me and I'm the darkest one. Colorism is going to affect me because I'm not dark skinned. I'm not as light as them. They're going to choose them because they're lighter. Does it make sense? So while I may not be dark as Ducky Thought, if you're comparing me and Ducky Thought, yes, I'm going to be the privileged one. But if you're comparing me and somebody else in the colorism conversation that's lighter than me, who has curlier hair, straighter hair, smaller features, lighter complexion, that colorism is going to affect them in a positive way, in a way that I'm not. That was my point. But now we're sitting here having a conversation about who is light skinned, who is not, which wasn't the point. I was talking about it. My point is the direction. My point is it depends on who is who is being compared. That was just an example. Because I can like even between like me and Kiki, while Kiki is light skinned and I am too, there was a difference in how people would talk about our features when we were growing up. Because she's a biracial girl, she has curlier hair, she was lighter, more paler than me. There was a different way that they would talk about our features. She was lighter skinned and paler. And there was other girls that was like that too. But she was the one that I had to direct. I would hear directly. I'm like, oh, interesting. I guess it's a conversation that could get to be nitpicking. Yes, I think so too. There's a difference between light skin and red. Who is a light skin and who is a red? Give me a strong example. Who is light skin and who is red? Because I think that nuance is only really talked about in the South. I've heard people say that. Indian. Beyonce is red. Nicki is light skin. Really? Interesting. Nikki is brown skin. All right. Nicki Minaj. Let's see. Diamond is red. Nikki is light skin. Yeah, sometimes if the makeup is right, it be looking Nikki be looking light skinned, but then sometimes she be looking brown. I think she's one of them people that it could be either or, light or brown. Because sometimes it be looking light, but sometimes it be looking brown, depending on the tan. I think she's one of them people. I think she's more clear cut, could be light, could be brown than Trina. Trina gives me brown. But I done heard some people say. So like look at that. But I think that could be makeup, but sometimes she be looking. This is one of them ones where I'm trying to find one where she don't have a lot of makeup on. So yeah, she could be. I feel like saying Nikki is light is light. I think she light. Aaliyah. Yeah, Aaliyah is definitely light to me. I don't know if that's red. Yeah, I don't see. I could. If I was talking about red, light skin is light. So let me think. Don't Call Me White Girl is red to me. Or is that like I don't know. That's a dip. That kind of that Don't Call Me White Girl Mona. That kind of light skin. That's light skin. Red would be me. Um, Amanda Seals definitely light. Yeah. Um, yeah, it's just a range. I think it's. I don't know. I don't know if how I would navigate the red and red and when you get to making. But I think this nuance is funny when we get to making nuances about red, yellow, light, girl. It just started to get silly. But there are just some girls that are just like right there where it's like, interesting. But I didn't learn that until I went to the South. I'm from the South. Yeah, I did. Because there were people who I was like, oh, I didn't know they were considered. Like, even my mom. My mom, the way my mom raised me was like she was dark and I was light. That's the way how she talked about us. And so she always talked about herself like she was a dark skinned girl. But what I didn't realize until I got older, she only thought that way because the girls she was being compared to were light. So my cousin Sabrina, my cousin Tane, they were light, like me or lighter. And so all the girls who she was raised around, she was the oldest, she was the darkest and mistreated because she was dark. And so in her mind, she's a dark skinned girl. In her how she so that's how it was. But when we moved to the South, dudes were talking to her and calling her red and saying that she was red. And her and me would be like, oh, I didn't know mama was considered light skinned. But in the South, she was. And when I would talk to my mom, I would be like, Mama, look at your thighs. Like, my mama, when she's in the sun, she can get brown, but the parts of her body that don't show, they be light as fuck. I be like, you might, no, I haven't. I haven't dealt with a HIPAA violation. I was like, I don't think you as light as you dark as you be trying to make it out to be. But colorism was still affecting her. Yeah, I don't consider Nia Long and Jackie Christie the same color. I consider Nia Long dark, but Jackie Christie, she's that brown color, and I can see her being considered in certain instances just like lighter skin. I don't know. After my surgery, someone sent me text messages off a fake app and my stalker being in my medical records. They sent the text right before my surgery. Yeah, I don't know nothing about HIPAA. Let me see. Nia Long on Fresh Prince. Yeah, I consider her. Yeah, I consider her dark skin. This was Fresh Prince era too. Not dark, but just like regular dark. I don't know. Yeah, I consider her. Yeah, yeah. I don't know. Nia Long called herself dark. Nia Long calls herself dark skin. Yeah, look at her and Will. Dark skin is T.S. Madison to me. See, they feel like the same color. They feel like the same color, child. To me, they feel like the same color to me. Mm. Yeah, I can see. Look, this is one of my favorite pictures of Madison. I can see this. They be looking like the same color. Her and Nia Long look like the same color to me. Yeah, this is I consider this to be just regular black, like just what I black American black, where it's just black. It's not there's no ambiguity to it. Like this is a black woman. But then you have the darker than this. That is like, oh, you look like you could be um Sudanese, you look like you could be um like a that kind of I think they were talking about it recently about like that runway model black. This just feel her T.S. Madison and Nia Long, they feel like just like regular black, like regular, just a regular black color. I don't consider Maddie dark. I'm the same complexion as Maddie. I'm regular brown, and so is Nina Brown. Okay. What would Coco Jones be? Regular brown, like regular black girl, just regular. Yeah. Let's see. She looked like she might be that color too. Coco Jones. She looks a little darker than them. In these pictures, she looks a little darker than them. Like her and Normani be in the same range. Yeah, like her and Normani is in the same range color. Coco Jones and Normani. Let me see. Do they have a picture together? Coco Jones is dark skin. Go look at older pictures. No, no, no. I think she's dark skinned. I don't think she's light skinned at all. Um but yeah, her and Normani is in the same color to me. Like they in the same range. If they all went to Sephora, would they all get the same foundation color? I mean, you could make it work. Depending on what highlighter you use, what bronzer and highlighter you use, you can make it work. No, but neither would all light skinned people. There's variance within range. Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, I think we all what we consider we might just have where it ends. So where it would end for me in what I consider light and dark is going to be brown. That brown area to me is going to be like the Jackie Christie's. Um, it's a brown. It's that Trina. Um, 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 it's once you get darker than that, then I consider you dark skinned. But there's a brown area. If like what your colleague just said, she's brown to me. I wouldn't dispute you if you're saying it, because I can see why you would think she was brown. Oh, she's not dark skinned, she's brown. I'm like, oh, okay. Like I wouldn't be like, she's not brown. Like, no, that would be weird, because I can see how you can think she's brown. Under my scrutiny, she's not. But I wouldn't argue with you about it, because I know everybody has what they consider different things. I told you I done cured about colorism. You got me here talking about who dark and who not. That's the truth. But that goes to show you that how everybody looks at it is going to be different. Because I tell people, I've never been in a situation where somebody thought I was white. Now, have I been in a situation where somebody thought I was biracial? Absolutely. But I ain't never been in a situation where somebody thought I was white. Never. So when I walk into a store, are they going to think I'm stealing? Sure. Are they going to treat me like a black girl? Yes. I ain't never been in a space where I felt like I was being treated like a Caucasian. Never. Now, based on my lived experience, I know I can't judge how other people thought, blah, blah, blah. Other people think. The places where I see colorism benefiting me the most is in black spaces. Where it feels like it's stark and I hear people saying stuff or doing things that feel colorist. It's in black spaces. White people treat me like a black woman. White people be making me feel like they be microaggressing me. They be like every other black woman. It is when I am in black spaces that I feel, oh, this is some colorism shit. Not saying that white people can't be colorist, but I just feel it. And usually the benefit is from men. It is not from, I can't say all the time, but usually it's a man doing it. I rarely see my light skin giving me some benefits from a woman. I think I only have one incident. I'm not saying that it hasn't happened, but one that I knew for sure that this was a benefit for me from a woman. It's only been one time that I knew for sure this is about my color. But usually the benefits that I get especially in my youth, it is something that had to do with a man. A man is making the distinction. But I think I told you a story about my financial aid. when I went to Jackson State, I'm gonna make it quick. When I went to Jackson State, then we're gonna get up out of here. In this office, in the financial aid office, it was dominated by dark-skinned women. There was maybe like 2 dark-skinned women that was like, 2 light-skinned women that were like little workers, little counselors or whatever. But the rest of them who was dealing with the financial was dark-skinned. And so I had an issue because I was from out of state, and I was because my high school transcripts was from a out of state high school. They were charging me out of state fees, which was eating up my fucking money, my refund money. So I was like, damn, I wish they would stop, because I had lived in Mississippi for a year, so I was a resident for a long time. I was like, I was trying to be 2 years at the time. I was trying to, no, it was only a year. Yeah. I was trying to get them to consider my residency and waive my out-of-state fees. And so my homegirl, who was in the same situation, dark-skinned homegirl, they did it for her. And because I'm trans, I thought it was because I was trans. So I think that they were either trying to stop me from going to school or something. I was blaming it on my transness. So I didn't think, now mind you, I'm 18, so I don't have a deep colorism analysis at 18. So I knew it exists. I knew that it can be a privilege, but in the moment, because the most pressing thing was me being trans, that's what I thought. I would thought it was they were being shady because I was trans. So I didn't even think of it as like a color thing. I didn't think of it. I didn't really notice it. Like I didn't notice it. And so, and this goes back to what I was saying earlier, how sometimes you could think something is one thing and it's not, it's something else, or a combination of both, but you don't know which one is stronger. Because I was saying that too. Like, I'm a light-skinned trans woman. Which one is oppressing me or privileging me? You know what I'm saying? Like, if is or balancing it out. So I'm gonna be privileged because I'm light-skinned, but I'm gonna be super disadvantaged because I'm a trans woman. Do you see what I'm saying? So where some moment I might be, oh, I'm a light-skinned, privilege, but then some moments like, you light-skinned, but you trans. We not giving you shit. You see what I'm saying? So it could be, which one is the benefit here? I don't know. Which one is the benefit, or which one is this balancing each other out? Well, I don't know. It's just what it was. I didn't know what it was. Anyway, so I went to 2 of them chicks in there, and they didn't do nothing for me and didn't help me. And I just chalked it up. To it was some trans shit. Okay, cool. So I went and called. I was walking out of the building, and when I walked out the building, I was going down the steps. So the business building, not the business building, the financial aid building. There's like it's glass, and there's like these steps. Anyway, so I was going down the steps, and all of a sudden, somebody calls me. Somebody says, "Hey," and I turn around, and it's this tall, light-skinned lady holding the door open and saying, "Hey, come here." And so I say, "Oh, okay." I say, "Hey, what's going on?" So she's like, "Come on upstairs." So she brings, like, she telling me come upstairs. I'm like, "Oh, okay." So she brings me to the back. She actually, so everybody was talking to the tellers, like it's like glass tellers or whatever, kind of like a bank, glass tellers. And you were talking to them through the door, but you can't go. You got to get buzzed in to go to the back. But she was a worker there, so she did her little card, and we slid her little card, and we went to the back, and she sat me down in her little cubicle. So she's one of these ladies. All of them was working. So she's one of these ladies. And so I sit down in her cubicle and she says, she was like, what's your social security number? And I was like, told her my social security number. And she looks and she says, oh, okay. Let me see your paperwork. I gave her my paperwork. So I gave her the paperwork that I gave the other ladies. It proves that my paperwork that proves that I have been in Mississippi for a longer period of time. And so I showed her some bills. You had to just show where your residency, prove your residency, just like you do at the DMV. And so I showed it to her. She handed me the papers back, and she printed some stuff out. She said, "Sign this." She was like, "All right, I done fixed it for you." And I was like, "You done fix what?" She was like, "I done waived your out-of-state fees because you got your residency, da 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 da, blah 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 blah." And I was like, "Oh, I thought they said they couldn't do it." She was like, "No, them dark skinned ass bitches just didn't like you." They don't fuck with none of the light skinned girls. Now, mind you, my brain says, because I grow up with a woman who considers herself dark, just flat out like that. Yes, I grew up with a woman who considers herself dark. So my mother was adamant about talking. She didn't call it colorism, but she called it we call in the South we call it color struck. So that's the language that we use. And she was adamant about teaching me not to be in it was kind of nuanced too, because she was kind of colorist too. um but she was adamant about teaching me about not being color struck and how that makes people how you treat people unfairly because of their color. And then that's she would make it, she was very adamant about that. And so when this lady says this flat out like this, it kind of threw me off, like, what the fuck is going on? And immediately my brain went, what the fuck? This is a black school. Why is the color thing a thing? Like, this is a black school. Y'all should be helping all black students. Y'all black workers. Why the fuck are y'all? And I'm thinking it in my brain. I'm not saying it. I'm thinking it in my brain on both of their sides. Y'all didn't want to help me get in school. We in college. You don't want to help do whatever you can do to help us get our shit together for school. Why wouldn't you do what you need to do? Long as it's not going to get you fired from your job. We black. Why the fuck you not trying to help us young students get in school, regardless of color? That don't make sense. And then that is fucking weird. This battle between y'all is fucking weird. Now, I ain't saying nothing because I need my waves. I need my motherfucking shit waved. So thank you, ma'am. I appreciate you. All right. But it was the weirdest thing for me because it was like, what? Y'all all why is this a thing? This shouldn't even be a thing. That's what I was thinking in my younger mind. It wasn't about, oh, we should be dismantling colorism, because I didn't have that deep of analysis about colorism. I just immediately thought that this is a black school and this shouldn't be happening at a black school. It felt weird. And so I don't think she would have did that if I was a dark-skinned girl. I wouldn't have had to deal with it anyway. But I don't think she would have came and saved me if I was a dark-skinned girl. Her specifically. So I don't know. That was the first situation where I was like, oh, whatever going on in this situation, this light-skinned woman stepped up and helped me. And it was based on color. But even that, That only based on what she said, but it was that about my transness too. Like they didn't. She knew they didn't like me because I was trans. Because she didn't say. No, she did say that, but she don't know if it was about me being trans. You see what I'm saying? She said it was about me being light skinned. But what if them two bitches I went to, it was about me being trans? But she, because she's the light skinned girl who think everybody jealous of her. Do you see what I'm saying? So she took it as, oh, they doing it because you light skinned. But in reality, they was doing it because I was trans. You see what I'm saying? All of this could have been true, but it all could be, you get what I'm saying? It all could be a combination of all those things. And you never know. You never know what it could be. So, but I know that was the one incident where I felt like I saw the benefit from a woman. Any other time, any benefit came from men. Because, baby, black men, especially dark ones, will fetishize you down for being light skinned. Not necessarily light skinned ones, because usually light skinned boys like dark skinned girls. Because usually, if there's a black boy who's gonna tell me, oh no, I don't really like light skinned girls, it's gonna be a light skinned boy, and he's gonna say I like dark skinned girls. That's usually what I run into. But baby, a dark skinned boy, he gonna fetishize you for being light skinned, and they gonna notice everything. So like my nipples are, they're not dark, they're like brown. So they're not pink like a white woman's, but they're like, my nipples are pink, but my areolas are like brown, like the color of like my lips, like that brownness right here. So when I get naked, that is something that dark-skinned black boys will talk about and say some weird shit. But they don't, not now. I haven't heard this in a very, very long time. But when I was younger, they would mention it so much that it was weird. They would be like, oh, I love you because you ain't got them black ass nipples. They would say shit like that. Always a dark skinned man. And it was like, that's what I would hear. I would hear that. Or a dude will come up to you. Now, when I was younger, I didn't know how to respond to it. Now that I'm older, I respond different. But because I call it out now that I'm older. But when I was younger, I didn't really know how to respond to it. I just would kind of just sit there and awkwardly listen. But dudes will come up to you they'll come up to you and say, hey, you know how they holler at you and you stop and, damn, you cute. You exactly my type. I don't be fucking with dark skinned bitches. I only fuck with red bitches like you. Now, when I was younger, I'd be like, okay, what's up? Like, it would be something. But now that I'm older, I would check him. Like, I don't even talk to dudes like that. I check niggas who do that now. But when I was younger, I didn't know how to, because I didn't have a colorist analysis. I'd be like, oh, okay. I don't think I wouldn't take it as like a compliment. It would be like, okay, I don't understand why you're saying this. Why you just can't like what I am. Talk about me. But now because I have a colorism analysis, it offends me. It's like, nigga, that's anti-black. Like, what are you talking about? What you mean? That's anti-blackness. I don't get, why are you even saying that? That don't fucking make sense. Somebody got to do a documentary about black men, in particular colorism. I remember guys would say dumb stuff like that. I don't want no darkies, and they mama and grandma was chocolate. Weird to me. Yeah, put you in a weird position. Yeah, it would be. I think the last time that happened, it was probably like maybe pre-COVID, probably like 2018. And he just came up to me and start talking about how he didn't like dark skinned girls. And I just was like, well, I don't like dudes who are colorist. And he was like, what you mean? I was like, I feel like that means you hate black women. And I'm a black woman. And that type of conversations offend me. So, no, thank you. And he was gagged that I said that. He was cute too. But no, thank you. That's weird. That's a red flag to me. Because if your anti-blackness come up in that arena, it's gonna come up somewhere else. So, but they will fetishize you like um they will say things that are like weird. But I mean, I guess I would say weird shit too. It just but it just the response, because mine is fetishizing them for dark skin, it doesn't they don't even though it's rooted in colorist ideas, still um it because I'm liking the dark skin, they don't it don't the response to it isn't the same. So me liking a dark skinned man because I deem him more manly or because he's dark, that don't have the same effect as if I was talking about a woman. Because that even though both are rooted in colorism, it don't land as a negative because I'm liking them because of it. And I don't date women. So it doesn't ever come up. I'm not looking at a woman and saying, ooh. And women that I am attracted to are dark. But I don't be like, ooh, she's dark and masculine. No. I like, ooh, like that girl, that one girl. Ooh, like if I was with a woman, a femme woman, she would be the one. What's her name? I think her on. Of course, a stud. I can deal with a stud, but is her name Kristen? I don't know. She do content with her. She dark skinned and be cooking. She be doing black trad wife pick me content. She be cooking for her man, and she's sickening. Like she's a dark skinned girl. She got natural hair. Like she be having froze and ponytails and shit. And she's super dark and just beautiful. Her skin be glistening and glowing. She got a badass body. And her man, he got a beard, and he lighter than her, but he brown. Ah, what's her name? I can't. She be she be shiny. She is so fine. She like if I was to be with a femme girl, she's the one. Oh God, she's the one. Let me see if I can find her. I think her name is Kristen, like Christine or something. Let me see if I can find my likes. I know she in my likes because I be liking her stuff all the time. But she be doing content with her man. Her name is Crystalline. Her right here, she is so fine. Like if I was to be with a film, this the film I want to be with. She fine as hell. Her body banging. I like girls' bodies who don't have a lot of breast. Like hip, like pear shaped, little titty women. That's hot. Her. Y'all see her? She is fine. She looked like both of my last girlfriends when I was younger. When I was younger, the last girlfriends that I ever had, they all look like her. One, her name, my youngest, the first girl that I had a super crush on, her name was um, April, and she looked just like that. And my mama, this is why my mama, why I said sometimes she be saying some colorist shit. So she would teach you not to be color struck, but she'll say shit like when I liked April, she would say, what she say? She when I came in, I remember I came in the house, I had made April something at school. At school. And she and my mama said, my mama said, "Oh, you just like a light skinned ass nigga. You gonna like none of them black ass girls." And she said it not in a negative, like in like a playful way. It was playful. She was like, you just like a light skinned nigga. You don't like them black ass girls. And she loved April and always praised April for her prettiness. Now, mind you, we are kids. I'm talking about kids, like 6, 7. So this isn't like like nothing like sexual like that. But but April was this color and she had like pretty white teeth. Her bubbles was always fire. Now part of me felt like I wanted to be April. But I just remember being super, it was not sexual. It was nothing like, ooh, I want to kiss April. April, I do really think that it was more about I wanted to be April. Because April was just such a beautiful girl. Um, just like her her mama always did her bobos, her barrettes in these like intricate designs, and she would have so many of them. And when she would run, the bobos would knock together and make her head sound like a shaker. So I would look at her, and then her mother always took her mother, like my mother, always took pride in taking care of April. So April never looked ashy. She always looked like she had oil on her skin and her hair was already done. You know how mamas had their little girls looking like glow worms, baby, just glowing, and it was just And she was just so everything. She always had a cute matching outfit. She always had the bubbles. She always had she was always glistening. And April was so sweet. She wasn't like the mean girls across the street, because I had some girls across the street that loved me when I was little, loved me, wanted me to come play with them all the time so they could try to hunch on me and do all kinds of freak stuff, but they were mean. They would punch you and run and hit you in the head with a hula hoop, and they were mean. April was sweet and nice and never violent and just nice and sweet and girly and smiled all the time. We would play. April was wonderful. April was wonderful and nice. And so we got older, and then I started hunching on boys. Playing hide and seek with the boys, honey. I never it was never anything sexual about April. April was just a sweet, nice sweet, nice girl. She just was so clean and so nice and so sweet, and just a lovely little Barbie doll, little baby doll. I loved her. Suzanne Douglas is one too. Okay, Google, show me pictures of Suzanne Douglas.
Here are some pictures of Suzanne Douglas.
Oh yeah, she's gorgeous. Didn't she die? Oh yes. She has that facial shape structure that I think is the most pretty. It's like a diamond. It's like a high forehead, cheeky, and pointed chin. Mary J. Blige got it too. Like whatever this facial shape that they have, it's like a diamond. I think that's classic beauty. I think. But she has that. Full lips, high forehead, cheeks, pointy chin. Mary J. Blige has it too. Mary J. Blige is one of the most prettiest women to me. Her lips, the shape of Mary J. Blige's lips, ooh, so right. Kenya Moore has face too. She does. She ain't one of my favorites, but okay, Google, show me pictures of Kenya Moore.
Link to Google user content.
Oh, girl, shut up. I think Kenya Moore is prettier now than she was in the 90s. Like, it was something I didn't like about Kenya in the 90s. Even though she was pretty, she wasn't ugly, but it's something. She stepped her game up on Real Housewives, because she looked, her and Portia and Shamia are the most sickening. The most upgrade is Portia. Not season one, but whenever the first season Portia came on, Portia looked like Jar Jar Binks to me. I hated how Portia looked. But Portia now, woo! Portia now is sickening. Portia now looks good. Whatever she done did, her upgrades are fire. I love Young Kenya. Yeah. Young Kenya, I was obsessed with Megan Good when she was younger. Okay, Google, show me pictures of Megan Good.
Link to Google user content.
Megan started to be fire when Megan is fire when she get her makeup together. Sometimes them eyebrows be looking shady and stupid. Um, remember she went through an era where her eyebrows was looking dumb and stupid. There was a there's an era where her brows was looking weird and she was looking like she was bleaching. She was getting that ghosty gray look. When she and her melanated sister brown, that's when she looks the best to me. When she looks like a normal color. Because sometimes, have y'all noticed this? They're either way too dark or way too like weird looking, like skinny or something, like something weird. Um, sometimes when people be bleaching, it gives like an ashy cast. Like it be looking like you can tell when an African girl is like bleaching because they be looking like gray. It's like they might be getting lighter, but it ain't just getting lighter and looking normal. It's like getting lighter but looking like Casper. The knuckles tell it all, yeah, for sure. It be looking it be looking ashy. Yeah, like this. Where it's kinda like it ain't giving this is an extreme version though. That's too extreme, like, but certain ones they be looking like clear lizards. Yes. Yes, like when you see that is so accurate. Because when you see a lizard that like don't have a lot of color on it, and you can see you can see through it in their little skin, and it be looking like you can see shit moving in there. Yes, that is such an accurate depiction. Was this before or after the brow tattoo? Um, Megan Good and her eyebrows. Yeah, so she got some eyebrows implanted, but there was a time when they were not good. They look good now. Yeah, so when she like this, ooh, she gets stunning. Ooh, Megan, Jesus, fine, gorgeous. Brows looking right. I'm trying to find it when her brows was bad. Yeah, this is when she was doing the weird bleaching, where she looking gray and weird. Girl, what? We don't like that. Don't do that no more. That's the gray I'm talking about, where it's like, girl, no. Um, where is the ones when she was having them weird, silly eyebrows? Is this it? Partially, but I saw some ones that was worse than this. She still look cute, but there was some one where it was just looking straight weird. I saw her on like yeah, but Megan fine too. Megan fine. Um, was this before or after the brow tattoos? She got some hair. She got some hair transplant or something. What is that? I ain't never heard of that. How you pronounce that? Glutone. I don't even know how to say that. Let me look that up. What is that? Gluta, gluta. How do you even pronounce that? Glutathione. What are glutathione infusions? What do they do? Glutathione infusions, also known as glutathione IV therapy, involves administering the antioxidant glutathione directly to the bloodstream via intravenous drips. This method bypasses the digestive system. What does it do? Used to address various health concerns, including supporting immune. What does it do? Okay. They are also popular for their potential anti-aging and skin brightening effects. So you doing some kind of intravenous drug chemical to make your skin light? Ooh. Pronounce glutathione. Glutathione. Okay. Glutathione. Ooh. Yeah, this is why I'm like, oh, I, this is a privilege because I never even thought about this. I didn't even know this existed. Mm, that sounds scary. So it's like a drip that you put in your like in your veins, and it takes away your melanin. I don't know. That sounds scary. I actually like the Divine Drag Queen eyebrows from the '90s. I do not. I like the thick, juicy ones of today. Thick, thick and pretty. I didn't even know. I didn't even know this existed. So, ooh, I wonder how does it work? Like it does it do it to your whole body? I know a trans girl that gets shots to lighten her skin. How does it work? Like so it goes in your veins and like your whole body gets lighter? Okay, it says so, glutathione, often referred to as master antioxidant, plays a vital role in cellular health and detoxification processes with the body. When administered intravenously, it bypasses the digestive system, allowing for higher bioavailability and potential therapeutic effects. Mechanism of action for skin lightening. Glutathione effects on the skin are primarily linked to its impact on melanin production, the pigment responsible for skin color. It exerts its influence through several mechanisms, inhibiting the, I don't know how to say this word, tyrosinase enzyme. Tyrosinase is crucial for melanin synthesis. Glutathione can bind to and deactivate this enzyme, reducing the production of melanin, leading to skin lightening. Scavenging for free radicals. Glutathione, as a potent antioxidant, combats free radicals and antioxidant stresses that can damage skin cells and trigger melanin production by neutralizing those harmful molecules. Glutathione contributes to skin health and potential brightening complexion. Last, promoting pheomelanin production. Melanin exists in two main forms: E-melanin, darker pigment, and pheomelanin, lighter pigment. Glutathione can shift melanin production towards the lighter pheomelanin, contributing to an overall brighter complexion. Wow! So I didn't even know that this existed. Y'all are teaching me something. They said all the celebrities are doing them. They're called vitamins, of course. And so when they say they're not bleaching, they like, I'm not bleaching, but you're doing the vein stuff. Wow. Glutathione. Glutathione before and afters. Wow. Damn, how long you gotta be on it? Oh, this is turning people white. Oh, wow. Well, some people it looks. See, I don't know. I feel like I look better brown. Like when I be looking pale, it don't be looking sickening. It be when I be glowing, when I'm fresh off of vacation, looking like a bronze goddess, baby. That's when I feel like I look the best. Some people it looks regular. Like it's like, oh, your skin is just clear. But then some people it looks like, damn, you you went far with it. Wow. Ooh, this is what the Middle Eastern and Indian folks use. Clearly. I never seen this before. But what's crazy, I saw this girl in Kroger's yesterday, and man, she was a South Asian girl, and she was just, her skin was so right. Like she was dark, but that motherfucking, it just was giving dark skin, like immaculate clear, one color dark skin, beautiful clear. Like it just looked like, why would you? It just, I don't want to say why would you, but like her mother was lighter than her, but her skin looked better. Like her skin, it just looked like it looked like somebody fucking photoshopped that bitch. And I'm probably sure in her culture, her mama's skin would be the one that they like, but she was, it was, man, it was like she didn't have any makeup on, and it just looked like just a flat, beautiful, smooth, no bumps, no nothing. Indian dark skin hits so different. God, her skin was just so clear, and it was like, yo. And I bet because they both was her mama was South, of course they South Asian, but her mother was a lighter skinned South Asian and she's dark. And I bet she don't like it, but she was eating her mama up. She was eating her mama up. Her skin, and she had the South Asian hair that was long, and hers was out. Mama was pulled in the bun, but hers was out and wavy, and she looked like Achel. Y'all remember Achel from American Necktie Model? Do y'all remember her? The South Asian girl with the strong jawline. Achel, American Next Top Model. Y'all remember her? Y'all remember when she was on Top Model? This girl was darker than Achel. This is Achel. Her name is Achel. She was darker than her. She was kind of like a little bit darker than that, but she was. And this girl, her jawline wasn't that square, but she just looked like that, where it was like, oh my God. And she walked in that Kroger, because I was waiting for my Lyft to come pick me up with my groceries. And she walked in there, I did her like this. I was like, oh my God. I hate that they hate that complexion. Yes, it was. Oh my God. She was with her mama, and she was taller than her mama. And then her daddy come in, and her daddy is her color. And she got her daddy's color, but you can kind of tell she looked like her mama when her mama was young, but with her daddy color. And her daddy come in looking like, honey, every bit of Apu from The Simpsons, fully bald right here. Have y'all? Oh my God! I posted it on the community tab on my channel. That Bake Off winner, British Bake Off winner, she has a show on Netflix where she cooking stuff that she be in hijabs. She be in them, and she's like a baker, a cooker. Do y'all ever watch her? She's South Asian, and she's like she dark skinned. She got fired from the BBC. South Asian chef from British Bake Off. Nadia Hussein. I think Nadia is so pretty too. Her name is Nadia Hussein. Her right here. Do y'all know her? Have y'all seen her before? She has a cooking show on Netflix. I love it. She's so sweet and so nice. I think she's so gorgeous. So I love her. So I watched she had an interview. I put it on on the community tab on my channel. So if you just go through what I've posted and share it with y'all, because sometimes I share stuff with y'all that I watch on the community tab for y'all to watch it, because it's a good conversation. So she got fired because during this time when they were tokenizing people. So I don't know if y'all know, but the trans girls are across sectors are having a really hard time getting jobs and getting work. Especially if you're like, for me, I had two incomes. I had an income of like speaking engagements and stuff that I do for other people, and then have income that is mine, like the podcast stuff and people who are my Patreons who support me in that kind of way. So there was like two different incomes. But the income side of where I'm getting opportunities from people, that is drying up for a lot of people, myself and a lot of other people. So why is it turning this way? And so the girls are, if you were already struggling to make ends meet, the girls are struggling to make ends meet. And so that's what's happening. Because this uptick in Black Lives Matter and it led to a bunch of people tokenizing Black folks or marginalized folks. And so people who were getting hired, people who were getting opportunities, now they are divesting from that DEI practice. Even nonprofits, even like I went to do a tour of a nonprofit recently, Tony's Place here in Houston. They give from 18 to 24 homeless youth different services or whatever. They're dope. Look them up. Tony Place, good. Donate to them. They're great. They do great work. But anyway, they did a tour. I'm on a commission here in Houston, and they brought the commissioners to do a tour. So we all came and blah blah blah. And so one of the things I asked, I was like, have y'all seen any shifts? She says, yes. She was like, some of our biggest donors are saying that they don't want to be seen given to an LGBT organization now because it's kind of having some backlash. Ugly. But this is stuff that they're saying behind the scenes. They're not going to say this stuff publicly, but they're saying this stuff behind the scenes. So I'm telling y'all that there's a divestment that is happening, and it's across the board for anybody who was like a token hire or a diversity, inclusion, equity, inclusion hire. They are being fired. So she was one of the ones who was being fired from the BBC because it was like, oh, now that there's this conservative backlash, we don't need to be inclusive anymore. And so they fired her. And so she did an amazing interview. And I posted it. Anyway, that wasn't the point. The point was in that conversation, she was giving deep insight on how their arranged marriages work. Like a good side. Like a lot of times when you hear about arranged marriages, you hear about like some of the bad stuff. And you don't really know how it works. Like, because you're not in the culture, in the room when it's happening, you don't know details of it. And so she was getting, and you don't know that sometimes they be getting arranged marriage with their cousins, and that's normal. But she gets arranged marriage with with her father's friend or something. I really wish I would watch it and get into the details. Like, they can't talk to each other. He's not supposed to look at her. And when they do first meet, the whole family is sitting around, and she's supposed to come down the stairs, and they decide if she's the one. It is like cattle, like fucking slavery block. Then they negotiate without the two people. They negotiate what the family is going to give and what the family is going to do, how they are going to contribute the dowry or whatever. It is wild. It's wild, but it's kind of convenient. If you pick a good man, if you get a good man, it actually can be kind of convenient as hell. And the way she was describing it, she was like, I just looked up and got a really good man that's supportive of my career and supportive of me, and I can do whatever I want to do. I don't have somebody that's kind of like being strict on me as a wife. He wants me to thrive in my baking and my chef's career. And so it just was fascinating. I wish I watch it. Watch it, because it's a lot of tea on there. Because this is her first interview since she got kicked off the BBC, and she's spilling all the beans, and she's being real, and she's talking about trigger warning too, because she also talked about one of her cousins trying to molest her too, and so, but I really want y'all to focus on the arranged marriage part, because it's fascinating, and this is their cultural way of life. Like, it's just a part of their culture, and so it's really, really fascinating. So yeah, make sure y'all check that out. That's dope. But anyway, make sure y'all thumbs up. We've been on here for 6 hours. I'm about to take my ass to sleep because I have an event to go to today, and I want to be well rested. That sounds too deep. It is deep, but it was good. It was good. It was interesting. But yeah. Anyway, I will see y'all later. Have a wonderful day. Damn, we've been on here for 6 hours. It was a long one. Bye-bye.